Jews, many of us of Israeli origin, many of us descendant from Holocaust survivors, we feel a particular sense of responsibility to stand up against the reprehensible crimes being perpetrated in our name by the State of Israel. Yet we say not in our names, not just as Jews, but also as Canadians, on account of Canada's deep complicity with Israel's crimes. This complicity comes in many forms, from the arms trade to the suppression of speech on Palestine through false accusations of anti-Semitism, for example. It also comes through taxpayer-subsidized charitable donations to Israeli organizations, several of whom are directly and deeply implicated in Israeli war crimes. Through one organization, just one of these, Mizrahi Canada, Canadians can donate to radical settler group Women in Green, which has an ongoing fundraising campaign entitled Demolish, Enter, Remain in Gaza. They can donate to Im Tirtzu, which publicly brags about participating in blockading aid trucks getting into Gaza, which could be Canadian aid as well. You can go to their website and you can click, donate in charitable funds, and it'll take you to this Mizrahi Canada website to donate. They can donate to an undercover IDF unit known for assassinating Palestinians, the Duvdevan unit. They can even donate directly to the illegal West Bank settlement of Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, as another example. And you can get tax breaks for doing that, subsidized by the rest of us, including Palestinian Canadians. Let that sink in a little bit. It's now been 2 months since IJV, along with Miles Howe, who you hear from in a minute, and Just Peace Advocates, sent a public letter to the Minister of National Revenue, Marie-Claude Bibeau. This letter follows decades of official complaints from our organizations with hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of incriminating evidence about organizations like Mizrahi Canada, like the Jewish National Fund of Canada, like the Ne'eman Foundation. There's a long list. Yet despite the mountain of evidence showing these organizations violating Canadian law, these organizations continue to get off scot-free by successive liberal and conservative governments. This is not just a few bad apples. This is a systemic issue that requires systemic solutions to make sure that, as MP Ashton rightly stated, not 1 cent of Canadian tax dollars goes to funding genocide.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Well, that's a fun way to start today. I'll tell you right now, if it wasn't for Orwell, I probably would have rattled off for the next 45 minutes without knowing. But let's just restart that since I'm going to repost this later. You know, what's funny, guys, is I look at the chat like all the damn time. And just for some reason, I was just in the zone today. Let me just pull this back and I'm going to restart that. Just tough out the clip once again so that I can ultimately repost this, cutting this part out for those that are watching the live version right now. And before I even do that, what's funny is one of the downsides to Rumble side of this and other platforms, not Rumble itself, but because we live stream on there, is this will be the version that goes out on Rumble. But Odyssey and BitChute and Sovereign will be the new edited version. So thank you guys for letting me know, even though I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Now, my hardest part is having to try to walk back through that opening and make it the same, and that drives me bananas. But let's play the clip to start, and we'll get back into it. Thank you guys for letting me know.
Many of us of Israeli origin, many of us descendant from Holocaust survivors, we feel a particular sense of responsibility to stand up against the reprehensible crimes being perpetrated in our name by the State of Israel. Yet we say not in our names, not just as Jews, but also as Canadians, on account of Canada's deep complicity with Israel's crimes. This complicity comes in many forms, from the arms trade to the suppression of speech on Palestine, through false accusations of anti-Semitism, for example. It also comes through taxpayer-subsidized charitable donations to Israeli organizations, several of whom are directly and deeply implicated in Israeli war crimes. Through one organization, just one of these, Mizrahi Canada, Canadians can donate to radical settler group Women in Green, which has an ongoing fundraising campaign entitled Demolish, Enter, Remain in Gaza. They can donate to Im Tirtzu, which publicly brags about participating in blockading aid trucks getting into Gaza, which could be Canadian aid as well. You can go to their website and you can click, donate in charitable funds, and it'll take you to this Mizrahi Canada website to donate. They can donate to an undercover IDF unit known for assassinating Palestinians, the Duvdan unit. They can even donate directly to the illegal West Bank settlement of Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, as another example. And you can get tax breaks for doing that, subsidized by the rest of us, including Palestinian Canadians. Let that sink in a little bit. It's now been 2 months since IJV, along with Miles Howe, who you hear from in a minute, and Just Peace Advocates, sent a public letter to the Minister of National Revenue, Marie-Claude Bibeau. This letter follows decades of official complaints from our organizations with hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of incriminating evidence about organizations like Mizrahi Canada, like the Jewish National Fund of Canada, like the Ne'eman Foundation. There's a long list. Yet despite the mountain of evidence showing these organizations violating Canadian law, these organizations continue to get off scot-free by successive liberal and conservative governments. This is not just a few bad apples. This is a systemic issue that requires systemic solutions to make sure that, as MP Ashton rightly stated, not 1 cent of Canadian tax dollars goes to funding genocide.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Wednesday, June 19th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Now, unfortunately, for those now watching this new re-edited version, went for about 45 seconds with the mute button on, so I'm going to have to kind of skip past my intro, which probably was... I was very impassioned. I was very excited about the opening there. But really, the point is the opening discussion is about the main focus of the show today, which is going to be a long one. As I said, the previous version that Doom's in the chat, most likely doing, jumping jacks because it's going to be probably a 5+ hour show at this point. And so I'm going to try to make it less than that, but there's so much more, and I'm half kidding, but we'll see. so much to get into today. There's a lot of different information. I'm going to try to go through developments, and we focused yesterday on a very important conversation around Hannibal Directive and the foreknowledge around October 7th. I, for multiple reasons over the last couple of days, have been kind of pushing off the longer show, which has only made it longer and longer, but there's just a lot to get to. But the main focus on the title, which does seem to be the main focal point of the show today, at least the largest aspect of it that I think if we're going to do clips, that's what we should be breaking off, is around the not just the aid conversation. It's that story, but the newest element of it in regard to Israel and their representatives calling it a hoax, saying that there is no famine, flat out saying the famine in Gaza is a hoax, which I find almost too insulting. Coming from a group, the Zionist organization, Israeli government in general, that would argue that you're not allowed to question other historical events. Except in this case, and you should always, whatever your opinions on that, and I argue people tend to misrepresent my opinions on a lot of those conversations, but that whatever your opinions, you obviously have a right to question anything, and so too do they. You can feel free to call this a hoax all you want, but it's insulting that they would say one is not allowed to be questioned, while this, the most obvious, real-time, provable example of war crimes that I've ever seen in my life, that they're calling a hoax. We're talking about images of starving children who are literally dying as we're talking about this, one after another. Human rights groups around the world, UN agencies, UN tangential agencies, doctors on the ground from London, from all around the world who are watching this happen. And yet they're telling you it's a hoax as they get caught repeatedly lying about every aspect of this, but around the food in particular, which we're going to go through in depth. But think about how insulting it is to make those arguments, and even more so that we're going to get into the actual points they're making, the documents they're pointing to, and it's insulting. They think we're this stupid, that they don't think we're capable of reading the first two paragraphs of the thing they're pointing to, which literally shows that they're either misunderstanding it, which I guess is possible, or deliberately misrepresenting what it says in order to say not that we're not hurting people, but we're doing the right thing, right? There's no famine. It's a mirage. It's an illusion. So keep doing what we're doing. That's my point I keep making, not just trying to justify what they are doing, but saying we're not even doing that. We're doing the other complete opposite, as in, no, we're not restricting aid. We're giving them more aid than ever. And we have another example of that. It's unreal how many lies are coming out. Now, that's going to be the main point that I want to highlight today. It's going to be somewhere in the middle of the show, but there's a lot of other stuff I want to get to. A lot of opening conversations around AIPAC, around Zionism, just different developments around this entire conversation that I want to continue to highlight, to flesh out, so we can kind of continue this evolution of thought around a lot of these different points. But I'm telling you, the famine aspect of this is so stark and so obvious. And the fact that they're now outright calling it a hoax just shows you the level of desperation that they're in. And if you look at any of the strategic aspects of this, or the war developments around Lebanon and other aspects, it's very clear that their own, including the recent Brigadier General who made the statement, a recent Haaretz article where they made the same argument, that they've lost already, that they know that they've lost, and that they know they're not even capable of winning against elements like Hezbollah. And that's what the general was saying. And yet we're being driven to push harder, to get more money, to give more arms, games around the pause of, you've seen us talk about this, overlapping it with Brian Mast and the arguments that somehow Biden is, withholding all of the shipments. And I said, well, that's not true. They paused one of them and then they continued anyway. Now what's funny is the lie that I was being called, I was a liar for saying that 30 seconds ago. Now the lie has become the narrative they push because they have to counter what Netanyahu said. If your own government thinks you're this stupid, that you can't look back 30 seconds ago and go, you were just telling us that it was being paused because we were investigating, because it looked bad. But now you're coming back around and we're finding out that it wasn't even real, that not even the pause, that you were telling them the whole time, don't worry, it's all going to be there. So what's Brian Mast been talking about? He knows this. That was the theater they were putting forward. He's grandstanding for his elections and so on, going, we have to make sure they're funding Israel, and the Biden and the left is stopping all of the aid. It's just, it's hilarious. Everything about this thing is one of the most dishonest stories that I've ever had to cover in my life. And realize we just got done covering, and still are in many ways, what's going on in Ukraine, the Azov movement and the lies around that, which also include Israel and the United States. We just got done showing one of the most dishonest and illegal series of events throughout the COVID-19 illusion. And still, nonetheless, I'm blown away by how blatant this all is. So let's go through all of this today. Follow through, guys. Make the clips. Talk about it. There's so much to get into that I think is really important. We're going to start, though, with a couple of separate points that aren't really connected to the larger conversation of today. But I just wanted to highlight this as, by the way, I'm looking at the different breaking stuff. As we played the clip from Canada there to start, which I think is important. And by the way, was the clip that I forgot to play on the last show, but I also edited that in like I did, to start today to cut out that first part. But I think it's interesting that apparently Canada declares Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group. So as you got groups like this standing up and saying Israel's manipulating everything, and we got to make sure we're calling this out. And you hear him, he says left and right, conservative and liberal. And then, of course, their government just says, oh, Iran's entire military terrorists because Israel says so. It's just as they're committing a genocide, and as they can't even be pulled, they can't even be driven to make statements about that other than we're supporting Israel, but Iran not even doing a fraction of what they claim they're doing, or even a fraction of what Israel's doing, and yet they're the terrorist organization. It's absurd. And by the way, since I look, this is actually pretty incredible. The 10 Commandments must be displayed in Louisiana classrooms under requirements now signed into law. We have lost the plot in this country. It's unbelievable, at least the government. Like, we're not aware of the separation of church and state and the idea that we're supposed to be making sure that these things aren't being done. Like, we're kind of coming through this weird cycle because I argue of Zionism and Israel and the prophetic, ridiculous push from this side of the conversation, religious Zionism being a huge, uncomfortably now seen prominent thing happening in this country, where you're seeing this push almost reflexively, reactively from another side of this, which I think it's actually from both as a resistance to that, but also through the Zionist perspective to make the Christian aspect of it sort of the same way as we're a Christian nation, which is not necessarily the case. It's about religious freedom. We pretend, right? Israel pretends, but that's not what they actually are. So now we've got states ruling through legislation something that should technically be contradictory to the Constitution. It's ridiculous. I just think that's funny to point out in the beginning that we're in this very dangerous time right now where people in power, not necessarily leaders, but rulers, are acting in very irrational ways because I think a lot of them recognize that what they're used to is no longer happening. That's important to think about. Now let's start with, again, just to shout this clip out. This was shared from Pulse of Powell. I just like that clip. Again, it's about as I simply wrote, there's a growing number of Jews calling out Zionism and Israeli government war crimes beyond the right side of history. And just because this is hilarious to me, and this is going to be brought back up during the overlap of the aid conversation and the ceasefire and the protests, but just let this sink in. Let this sink into how dumb this has got, how desperate that we've watched this conversation develop. And as they get caught one after another lying about beheaded babies, lying about all sorts of atrocity propaganda, lying about what they're doing on the ground, lying about how many people they're killing, lying about literally everything involved with this conversation. And what were they saying? Well, Hamas, right? It's Hamas. Hamas is the hospital. Hamas is the calendar, the bike, the walls. Hamas is everywhere. So anything we bomb and kill and murder, it's all Hamas. That's the only thing that makes sense. And all the followers, all the Lindsey Grahams of the world, the Mikey Rappaports of the world come out and go, Hamas did it. And it's all Hamas's fault. Even if we murder that child, Hamas made us do it. And that's not what they're necessarily saying explicitly, but that is the argument. Why? Because, well, Hamas started it. Like we're in kindergarten. So when I kill somebody, it's Hamas's fault, no matter what happens, right? Isn't that what we all pretend? Nobody pretends that. These are all manipulative lies that anybody can see through, but people are high-fiving on a certain political side. This has gotten so stupid and so belligerent, so ubiquitous, that now you have people in the Likud party, which is Netanyahu's party, arguing that the family members of the hostages who are asking for them to make a deal are literally, quote, an arm of Hamas. So this has come full circle. This is going full Zionism, to make a same quote joke that I made from the Tropic Thunder. That's what this is. This is going the extreme level of stupidity in this conversation. That not just hospitals and schools and anybody, the UN at large, Oxfam, they're all UN Hamas. This is Omar Badar highlighting the final stage of but Hamas. Nassim Vaturi says the families of the Israeli hostages that are protesting against Netanyahu are, quote, an arm of Hamas. This is covered by Times of Israel. I'll show it to you later in the show. Basically, he says, and this is the most hilarious but terrifying and absurd parts of this. Basically, Israel's murdering tens of thousands of civilians, right, in order to free Hamas from Hamas and return them to Hamas families. That's not what they're going to say when you push them in the moment, but taking a step back and collecting all of their different statements. Okay, right? You're calling that, so they're the families for the, so that means their family members are Hamas. I mean, it's just stupid. It's not even worth fleshing out because this is just desperate and ignorant. Now, their own people are Hamas. And so the bottom line is anybody that does not blindly follow Zionism is just Hamas now. Whether you're Jewish, whether you're Christian, whether you're part of their own society, whether you're in their government, you're Hamas. If you don't like what we're saying, that's how stupid this is. That should set the tone for the whole damn conversation. Now, before we go back to that main point, a couple of other peripheral points that I wanted to include that the things that you'll immediately recognize why this drives me crazy. Scott C. Smith highlights another article coming out from the Washington Post from today. Guess what it says? Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Pollution from East Palestine train derailment actually rained down on 16 states. Gasp. Breaking story that we all knew, that anybody that was paying attention and being honest about the actual drift, the amount of distance that the dioxins and everything we discussed was able to go. And based on the smoke plume and what we saw, what were we saying right in the beginning? This had a major radius that went over multiple states. And now it was much further than that, apparently. But what were they saying? This is misinformation. This is dangerous, irresponsible. You're not listening to the right sources. You don't trust the government. And then what happens? Oh, gee, look at that. Years later, breaking news. The same thing Ryan and plenty of other independent media were telling you based on factual scientific evidence and expert opinion at the time. So let me ask you this. What does this Washington Post breaking news study overlap do for the 16 states? Or how about just for the area which it was definitely deadly and still is dangerous? What does it do for them now? It does nothing, literally nothing. They can't even gain from this anymore because all the legal processes, they've all been done. Norfolk Southern came out of this squeaky clean, even though they admitted to breaking the law in multiple ways. Lied to the fire chief who made the decision. They blamed it all on him, even though they withheld primary information, which was that it was treated vinyl chloride and not actual normal vinyl chloride. So the expert told Norfolk Southern it was unlikely to explode, and he didn't tell the fire chief that, and that's why he made the wrong decision, and they blame it all on him. This was an organized thing. I still argue there's something much deeper that happened around this, but I guess we'll never find out. But thank God the Washington Post in this new study admitted what we were telling you. It's just so crazy, isn't it? So one, as usual, demonstrating our value. If you want to support this platform, these are the reasons to do so, because we are way ahead of the corporate media and usually pretty damn far ahead of the independent as well. Now, yes, that is me patting myself on the back, but quite frankly, I think our record speaks for itself. So I demonstrate our value for why we give this content out for free. If you want to support us, that's how you can do so. But Scott C. Smith has been breaking this down. We've had great interviews with him right up until I think so many months ago, highlighting 14,000% higher than normal levels of dioxins as of months ago in people's filters in their homes, people that are still getting sick, still having rashes. And then now it's getting more abstract. You know, people having seizures and even myself. I'm like, well, how can we ever prove now? Which was their whole ploy. Stretch it out as long as possible. And then it just becomes ubiquitous. And that was an argument that I think the Dark Horse podcast made right in the first couple of weeks. That's what they know how to do. And guess what the EPA and your government did? They went along for the ride because they're not who you think they are. It just makes me sad, guys. The people in East Palestine are still suffering. The people in Lahaina are still suffering. The people in all these locations, nobody cares. Well, a lot of us do. But in the government, in the places that they're paid to care, they don't care. It really does bother me. So I'll include these for you guys to watch, talk about, discuss. Kills me. So again, it was February 3rd. So it'd be more than a year now, right? Year and a half since this happened. And we knew right in the beginning, and the experts like Scott and the rest came out, they tested, they said, this is bad. They didn't care. It took EPA months to even say the word dioxin, to even acknowledge the fact that they were shipping this stuff all over the country, which by the way, they still are. Even though I've proven with conversations with the companies themselves, Clean Harbors, that they weren't capable of dealing with the things that we know are the most dangerous. But, let's move on because I guess nothing matters, right? Not trying to be, I'm kind of half kidding, but this is so frustrating. This stuff can be so clear, so discussed. One thing that makes me happy is that what's going on around Israel, as much as I'm worried that it seems like it's going to be channeled in some other direction, it is changing and people do see it. I think that's just because it was that belligerent. Like imagine after this happened, if the EPA came out and instead blew up the whole town. and said, well, that's the right action, that would have destroyed the story and everybody would have been talking about it and they probably would have gotten destroyed, like dismantled as the entity that did the wrong. See my point? That's what Israel equivalent to that did. Instead of coming out and going, hey, they broke the law, let's go through the channels, they went out and they genocide immediately. And that's why we're all seeing through it. That's my point, is I think that's what they did wrong. But there's a lot of these kind of stories out there. It's just sad. I'll include our tag for all the different stories from East Palestine coverage that you can look at for yourself. Here's the one I was talking about. Investigation found East Palestine, quote, controlled burn was literally unnecessary. They lied to the people involved. Now, let's talk quickly about this ridiculous point that I just had to include, because I've been highlighting this deep fake agenda for a long time, and I'm always increasingly shocked at how it has not become everywhere yet. Maybe it has, and we just don't know it. But this is kind of it's hilarious to me. So you might have seen this. And when I first saw it, actually, I thought that it was being misrepresented as deep fake. When she said cheap fake, it turns out she said both. And I think there's maybe something to that. But here's KJP literally telling you that Biden freezing up, even though there are some people that were there, for crying out loud. They saw him. There's phone video. And it's just so dumb that they would pull this card. As I said, we all knew it was coming. But to pull the deep fake card for such a small thing, well, everyone knows these are just more Biden forgetting where he is videos, seems a little ham-fisted and not really thought through. But that's how they said, well, typical U.S. government. How long until it's used to hide a major crime? Now, it very well may have done so already. I'm just trying to make a point. How long until the claim of deep fake is used to hide, like they're doing now, a very real big thing? That's not me. They made it up. It's a deep fake. And then the government just lies about it. What happens then? Usually nothing. It stalls. We go, we know. We know. It just drifts forward. You know what that is? What we're seeing right there, highlighting, is that your government doesn't care about you. Your vote doesn't translate to them. They don't matter. So they just ignore you. And hope is, if we don't start marching through the streets, they go, good, nothing changed. Let's keep moving. As long as they don't get up, we can keep doing this. I'm not calling for violence. That's not what I'm saying. But it's crazy to recognize that we can all see it. And I mean, like the vast majority, and like with Israel right now, and they just go, you're wrong, though. They lied. Hamas was the one that said no to the ceasefire. You're all lying. We all know it. And we know it. Doesn't matter. But watch this. This is hilarious to me.
Several recent cheap fakes actually attack the president for thanking troops. That is what they're attacking the president for.
Or what you actually clumsily were implying there is that they were doing this while he was thanking troops. Nobody was going, ha ha, he's thanking troops. What an idiot. I mean, she is, I say it every time, hands down the worst person for this job I've ever seen in my life. She can't even speak properly, can't, with bad grammar, and she's mispronouncing words. She's ridiculous. And it's not because of her color or her sexual identity, because I know how everyone loves to make those points. But just think about how crazy that is. And that's the best you got? Really? You couldn't have written something down better than that? You give me 30 seconds, I can come up with a better excuse than that.
Both in Normandy, this happened, and again in Italy. And I think that it tells you everything that we need to know about how desperate Republicans are here.
You know what I love about that? The word popped into her head. How desperate, how desperate they are. Aha. It's like you could just see her struggling thought process. It's hilarious to me. Somebody in the chat says she looks like Sideshow Bob. Yeah, a little bit. But what's funny is that one thing, here's what's funny. You pretending that they're making these to lie about things which are real is them showing how desperate they are. That's what the one thing is shown. I mean, that doesn't even make sense.
Instead of talking about the president's performance in office, and what I mean by that is his legislative wins, what he's been able to do for the American people across the country, we're seeing these deep fakes.
Oh, okay, so instead of the group who is his opponent, instead of them going, Biden's a great guy doing great things, why would they not be doing that? What? That's crazy, right? Why wouldn't their opponents be focusing on his positives? You absolute terrible person for this job, because that's what your opponents don't do. In any case, she's just stumbling through this, and her only point is they made it up, but they didn't, though. And it's not a fake.
These manipulated videos. And it is, again, done in bad faith.
Okay, so enter the age of deep fake lies, which I know has already happened here and there in small ways, but this is the White House. The White House lazily using this excuse to hide what anybody can see anywhere. Pretty much anytime Biden goes out in public, you'll find one of these examples where, oh, I think he kind of got lost there for a second. Oh, I think he's confused. Oh, he turned the wrong way. Over and over and over. Oh, he froze up there. And this is what you lean to? I mean, guys, this is desperation. And what's funny is she's desperate. They're desperate. And so her argument is they're desperate, right? They're all desperate. No, you're desperate. I think that's the obvious reality. But get ready for another, interesting election at the very least with this whole thing going on. I promise you, we are going to see this pop off in some dangerous way. I don't want that to be the case, but how does it not? All it's going to take is one person, and probably not even some agenda, some individual who gets caught doing something really bad and just desperately goes that route. That's going to happen. Or alternatively, where somebody gets accused because of advantageous for another campaigner of something they didn't do with the deep fake. And probably some high-level aspect of it where it's really difficult to tell, and it's 50-50. Well, there's some manipulation, but it's hard to tell. And then you get those political sides. We know we did it because we think that anyway. Lying for your truth seems to be all the rage these days, right? But another point on the finance of it, I think this is important to highlight. We just touched on the whole petrodollar dynamic, which does seem to be developing. Saudi Arabia leaning in more so toward the Palestinian side. Wall Street Silver highlights everyone is posting that the annualized number is about $1.059 trillion. Trillion with a T. However, the interest on the debt for just May alone, 2024, was $103 billion. Just the interest. Debt will go another $2 trillion or more just in the next 12 months. Guys, I mean, this is the same argument. If this was a business, it wouldn't exist. This is a failing business. If this was this business would have been bankrupt decades ago. And it's just crazy. And so they are using, it's an illegitimate propped up concept, which one of the arguments people make is why they need to justify sort of like this, not breaking down, but destroying to rebuild because, well, it's like the Wall Street, it's like 2008 kind of concept. They knew that they had built it. They had stretched that rubber band as far as they could go. So one alternative is to go, now we're going to lose a lot of money, or they could just collapse the whole thing and go, hey, bail us out. And then they give themselves bonuses and don't give money to anybody else. And we all walk forward like that's the way it was supposed to go, right? No one goes to jail. Like your government's not involved in that, right? Come on. They make movies about it, guys. We all know that they lied to us, but we all just keep going forward. So this is all happening again in different ways. The point is that they are just continuing down this path that is going to hurt Americans. Do you think these oligarchs, which is what they are in our country, give a damn about the collapse of all of this as long as they're taken care of in other ways? It says he writes, we are already on pace for over $1.2 trillion in annualized payments on the debt within the next few years. I mean, I've stopped covering the astronomical debt and how fast it's rising just because I make this point all the time. It's actually at a point that has been for a long time where the human brain is not capable of fully grasping. We know what the word means, right? Mathematically speaking, but you can't visualize what $1 trillion looks like. I could play that video again, but I'm taking too long already to go through these opening points. We're talking tens of hundreds of football fields full of stacks of money. And we're talking about, just 1 trillion. I have that video that's just crazy. It blows your mind if you haven't seen it. And then try to picture the amount we're talking about, the money we're actually dealing with here. And it says, within the next few years, interest on the debt will exceed Social Security payments and become the largest item in the budget. This is failure or exploitation of you and your trust in the government. Now, here's just Public Citizen highlighting on top of all of that, and it's actually a couple days before that post, but nonetheless, the point is this is happening while we know we're in a really bad financial position, and if this was anybody's business, any other context, you would have already been bankrupt. The House just passes. I mean, this is absolutely $895 billion Pentagon budget. Think about that. So almost $1 trillion just in the Pentagon budget. The Pentagon, a group that has failed audit after audit after audit with zero accountability. But here's another $1 trillion while we're paying more interest than, just think about how broken that is. That's profiteering. That is extortion almost. That is forcing you to pay taxes to keep this broken thing going at the butt of a gun, by the way. And as it says, a functioning Congress would demand accountability for an agency that keeps failing its annual audit, authorizing planes that can't fly and producing excuse me, producing weapons that do more to line defense contractors' pockets than to keep us safe. I don't think any of them technically keep us safe, if you want my honest opinion. It says, yes, instead of reducing child poverty, speeding the transition to clean energy, or whatever you argue that we should be doing, or expanding and improving Medicare, we get another $900 billion war budget on the march to $1 trillion. Probably way past that when you break down the things we don't even get to see. Good times. Now, another alarming development in the other angle of like the Great Reset direction, biometric.com or update.com highlights travelers to the EU may be subject to artificial intelligence lie detectors. Like we didn't warn everybody this is exactly where this was all going, to where, you know, you go to the airport and instead of just scanning your every biometric now, which is what they act like was normal, even though nobody voted for that. Apparently, they're arguing that you may soon need to be able to take it, basically answer questions, and they can detect whether you're lying. And because, of course, that can't be weaponized or abused or lied about, right? You just got to trust the AI, like Eric Schmidt said, because they know it's best. Who knows whether they're pulling the levers behind it or not? This is your future, as long as we don't, if we don't stop it. Now, in regard to an overlap, as we get into the Israel conversation, back to the COVID-19 point, and I'll tell you, this in and of itself deserves in its own show. This is actually pretty incredible. This is from 3 days ago. October 7th led to a nation of, quote, broken heart syndrome. Okay. If you don't already know where I'm going, I'm surprised. So we're talking about the most vaccinated with all with Pfizer of COVID-19 shots in the world, Pfizer, to the teeth. I mean, they made arguments 100%, but I find that hard to believe. But the point is 99+% Pfizer injection. A nation of broken heart syndrome. Oh, because of October 7th. So we're arguing that the shot that they gave almost everybody from Pfizer, which is the worst, that literally causes a multitude of heart problems, myocarditis, and overlapping issues with blood clots and strokes and all that, which we can prove. That's not the reason they're all having heart problems. No. It's because they're really sad about October 7th. Does anybody even believe there's such a thing as broken heart syndrome? I mean, I get you can argue that there's an emotional, like a connection to the way your feelings and stress can cause things, but are we going to pretend that being sad or stressed can literally cause a heart attack with nothing else preceding that? I don't believe that. I flat out say that's not true. You guys can decide for yourselves. My point would be, if you're going to believe the idea of broken heart syndrome, it would be because you already have a problem to some degree, and the stress and your sadness and whatever else drives that into a position where it makes it become a problem even more than before. The idea that you could just have a myocarditis spurred because all of a sudden, because you're sad about something, it's absurd to me. We should be ridiculing how dumb this is. And here's another interesting overlap, by the way, in regard to the Palestinians. Euromed Human Rights Group highlights, not only are they killing and torturing, it turns out the Israelis are injecting them with unknown substances, which is what we've highlighted from the very beginning of this, the experimentation side, even during the COVID-19 side of this. This is for the international community must act on Israeli violations of Gaza detainees. Here's just the post they put out. Israel forcibly injecting Palestinian detainees kidnapped during the war with unknown substances. I mean, this is straight out of Nazi war book here, guys. This is right out of at least what we were told took place during World War II. The parallels are uncanny. Just want to make sure we recognize how much is actually happening. Thank you to Daniela Motos for highlighting this. So now, before we get further into the Israel conversation, I want to highlight something again that I briefly pointed to, but I just think this is well worth. And again, like I said before, I don't like even much as they're using bot accounts, I hate giving them any attention just because I think to some degree that's what they want. But this actually highlights an important point. Censored Man has been breaking this down, as we've shown you many times. The overlap of, I guess some people argue it's pronounced authentics, which I hate even pretending we're supposed to know how that's pronounced, but it's the auto-ticks, as I've been calling it, or whatever, the AU10 TIUX or whatever. It's basically the company, the Israeli company, Unit 8200 intelligence connected Israeli company that Twitter has hired to process your verification. And they collect your biometric data and all your personal information, according to them, by the way. And Censored Man has been highlighting what a problem that is, what a security risk that is. And as well as the fact that this check or CHEQ is hired by Twitter to stop the Israeli bots, but it's an Israeli company that's behind some of the bots, and they're going to stop their bot. Well, obviously not. That's the point, is the bot problem is worse than anyone's ever seen it, if we're being honest with ourselves. Both bots, like I'm going to show you, but also the ones in the sex bots in your chat, hey, my sister saw your profile, and the same thing every single time. Very interesting, and I'll make some points about that. My point is this is very real and easily provable, and it is happening. And they're not stopping this problem. It seems that they're protecting their own version of it while stopping other people from doing it. But here's what's interesting. I just showed you this. This is like I think it's TLAV's personal special Zionist bot. That's what I actually think this is, because I'll show you what I mean is when I block this account, literally within the same day, the other day I went through about 6 or 7 of these accounts. Blocking one, starting the new one, same image, minor variation in the name, adding a different letter to the end of it. You think Twitter can't see that? Recognize just as experiment, I have reported this to them to see what they did. And they've even responded saying there's no violation. How is that even possible when it's explicitly violating what they claim is their terms of service? I don't even care about that. They can that's up to them to have their bots ruin their platform. But I'm interested to see how selectively they're applying their rules, if you want to call it that. But for those in the podcast, it's simply this one account that uses the same, or rather this one entity, or rather a bot farm with different people behind it, I don't know, who uses the same image. And in this case, this is the current iteration of these names, but I've gone through entirely different iterations of the name in general. Totally different name, new X, Y, and Z added at the end or something like that. But just on this last image I showed you, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's more than that just on that one day, right? So from that day forward, it's got, and what you'll notice over here, it says, whatever the name is, 69420. And after I got wind of the fact that they were just adding new letters, they just flip it around. Now it's the same name, 42069. See, here's this. Now that's what this one is. At least this part is. And adds A and B and C at the end of it. Okay. And I block it. Same day, immediately jumps to the next one. Boom. Same thing. There's B. See the difference? And here's the next one. C. This is all the same day, mind you. Blocked. Blocked. There's D. There's E. All right. All the same. Now, what I want to show you is this kept going. This was, I think, the day before yesterday. Just one after another all day long. All the way. There's F. Now, here's G. But I want to show you something. What's interesting I noticed on this, and this is my point, is you can easily show that this is coordinated. And I don't mean just towards me. But if you look at the people that they're following, this person or grouping of people, I don't know, will go in and follow the same things every time. The same Eli Davids and Haaretz and AIPAC and, the same people you'd expect. And this is funny. This is somebody who I was recently engaging with who was going, I was one of your followers and now you've ruined everything. And I immediately realized that this was a lie because he was acting like, you're conflating Jewish people with Zionism. I'm like, you're idiot. That's one of the main points that I'm constantly making, that they're not the same thing. My point is anybody, anywhere that watches any of my shows would have already recognized that. So this is, as I believe, is the same entity, the same group. Because what's funny is after I did this, these people ended up following each other. And I think there's a game that's being played like that. My point is you can look, Ben Shapiro, Elon Levy, IDF. And my point is the first thing they do when he starts a new account, it goes and follows like a list, and it's identical. If you go through and look at each one of these, every single one of them follows exactly the same people, which is not a surprise. It's the same account. It's the same grouping. But then you've got the people that follow them and so on. I just think this really, and the point was, if you look at their posts, you'll find that go through and say, and it's just, you can see it's very tailored towards fight, making really dumb comments, but it's not even worth looking into. You'll have a good chuckle at the absolute like childlike ignorance of this person and not even understanding the points half the time. So I laugh about it. What's funny is it's the same things and it's the same post going back to May, April. And so my point is, and this happens within minutes, this is either being facilitated through Twitter in some way, or they've got some master list where they go through and follow, reply, and then go after me. And you're an idiot. You got this wrong. This is backwards. And I block them, and then no account pops up, and they do the same thing. You think that Twitter can't see this? And I even reported this to them, and they don't care. I find that to be very important. Now, at the same time, I know this was one of the other ones on this. You can see one of the following entities, this person up here. This is one of the points that proved this for me. It's one of those sex bots. And I was like, oh, how did I block that person? Turns out it's because it's one of these people that I blocked immediately. And so now they're following each other. After he starts a new account, one of these random sex bot accounts happened to follow him. How do you think that's not obvious? And if you haven't seen this part of it, this is the DM side of it. Hello, my sister saw your profile. And everybody's seeing these. So pretty much people that are exposing Israel. And Twitter doesn't care about this. These are the supposed bots that are the bots that are supposedly stopped by that Czech group that they're working with. And they've only gotten worse since that happened. So I think it was important to highlight how clear all of this is. And then you can see, like Dr. Renee Levin shows you, here's what Twitter is censoring under hateful conduct. Censoring on the free speech platform. It says, 9-year-old Palestinian child who lost his father in the Israeli genocidal war sends a poignant message to his beloved father, missing his presence with them. This was not a graphic post. This was a post of a father speaking about what happened, and it wasn't hateful. There wasn't even any like, you could argue, there's not even content that would be considered contentious. It's just a father highlighting, or excuse me, a child highlighting that they lost their father. And that's not like a graphic thing. That's hateful conduct. This is what we're talking about, guys. This is a very clearly one slanted agenda. This one was a slightly graphic picture. It was very sad, but it was a boy, or rather a girl, excuse me, that was killed. And the face was all dirty. And, the doctor was talking about it, but it wasn't like bloody and graphic, but they block it. Even though they'll show things that are more graphic than I could possibly stomach. This is what we're dealing with. So I'll include all those just so you recognize this is something that's important and it's happening. This is happening to far more than just me. We're talking about like this coordinated bot censorship overlap that Twitter is using to manipulate. I felt like that was important. Now, I want to highlight the recent show we just did, The Undeniable Reality of October 7th, Foreknowledge, and the Hannibal Directive. I think this was an important kind of juxtaposition of a lot of great work, which is one of the things I think I feel like we do the best, which is kind of aggregating information of other people's amazing work. And it's really worth your time if you haven't broken through this. I mean, this is so transparent. And of course, what's hilarious is right now we're getting weirdly less censored than usual on some of these platforms. I think it's because they think we're, giving us the rope to hang ourselves with kind of thing, even though we're proving everything we're talking about. But I talk about this, and guess what? Facebook removes the post. Twitter, YouTube deletes the post. There's something very clearly important they don't want people to see in that conversation. I think is important, but make sure you watch this. Now here, we're going to start with a video on this post from Censored Man Post, a video from Candace Owens. Now, I don't agree with some parts in this. I'll point it out, but I think it's interesting to watch her either, and as always, especially with people this prominent, we should, just like I would argue you should question if in any sense, myself or anybody else, whether or not this is sort of a coordinated thing where you're supposed to, I'm the, like I think is happening with Tucker, where I broke off from this platform and now we're fighting for free speech on Twitter. I just don't buy it personally. I think it's more coordinated than anybody realizes. So ask where that's happening here, but also ask whether this is just her going through this journey of recognizing what Zionism is and calling it out and having the Daily Wire go after her because it's a very clear Israel slanted entity. And I think what's interesting is this sort of, which is what makes me question whether there's more surreptitious action here. This sort of like Christ is king kind of battle between the religious aspect of these two things, which is a little interesting to me. But nonetheless, those things aside, what she says here I think is important. And it gets into something that is supposed to not be talked about, right? The idea of what Israel's really doing, the overlap of AIPAC and the lobby, and how obvious it is that there's a big problem here that has nothing to do in the sense of the government actions and what's really going on with Jewish people. Yes, there's an obvious and undeniable overlap of Zionism and Judaism. That's because Zionism uses Judaism, just like it uses Christianity in the United States and other places, to manipulate through. That doesn't mean every Jewish person is a part of it. But recognizing that this is about the political actions of a political organization that have, by the reality of their historic actions, have infiltrated governments, infiltrated religions to justify and manipulate your perception. So here's what she says about this is why I started with the previous show, the Hannibal Directive, and the report going around about how they knew this was coming.
Post yesterday. It says the IDF knew of Hamas's plans to kidnap 250 people before the October 7th attack. Okay, well, that should make everybody uncomfortable. I will read what they wrote verbatim in the Jerusalem Post. It reads, a newly surfaced document has revealed that the Israeli Defense Forces and intelligence systems had detailed knowledge of Hamas's plan to raid Israel and kidnap 250 people weeks before the October 7th massacre. The document, which was compiled in the Gaza division, outlined Hamas's intentions and was known to top intelligence officials, according to a report by Cannes News. The document, titled Detailed End-to-End Raid Training, was distributed on September 19th, 2023, and described in detail the series of exercises conducted by Hamas's elite units. I'm going to pause right there and say that I recall when Charlie Kirk had raised this question, and he obviously is remarkably pro-Israel, about whether or not they had this intel and allowed this attack to go on for other reasons. They suddenly called him an anti-Semite. When he said, listen, I've been to Israel. I've also been to Israel. It's the size of New Jersey. There's a military presence every 5 feet, and yet this attack went on for 2 hours. Then we shortly learned thereafter that Egypt said that they had also informed Israel that there was an attack that was going to take place. And they ignored that. This makes me uncomfortable. Okay? This makes me uncomfortable because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they would ignore all of this, that they would have this intel dating back to September, and that they would choose to ignore all of this. It doesn't make sense when you recognize the conversation that is being had right now, which seems to be like they've already decided on World War III and we're all getting drafted into it. And it doesn't make sense when you see the amount of censorship and the attacks that are happening to any person that stands up against it. So let me be clear on where I stand on this. Not a single American should be sent overseas to die for Israel. Period. Point blank. Do not care what you want to call me. No more Christian blood should be shed overseas, okay? When we can't even ask questions about this, the Jerusalem Post can talk about it, but if we talk questions about it, then Americans are smeared and liable and threatened to lose their jobs. If I can't even talk about a nation that I'm going to work for because they're taking our tax dollars, no, I'm sorry. I am just way off of this wagon.
Okay. So I apologize. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. I had points that I was going to interject with there, but I don't know what's going on with the stream, with the buffering right now. I just had to close some things in hopes that would change it. But for me, that was all over the place. Let me know in the chat whether the sound is working for you guys, whether it's a little bit choppy. That was, I mean, the video was all over the place. Now, one of the points I was going to make at the end was, one more, the weirdness of stating one more drop of Christian blood. It raises red flags for me. The way that that's being framed, like, okay, of course, you could argue as a Christian that you argue that may be a focal point from Israel and so on, but shouldn't we just say one more drop of innocent blood or American blood? Like, it's interesting. So it implies, and I'm not saying that's what she meant, but it seems to indicate or imply that you care more about Christians than other people in this country. Maybe that's the case. Quite frankly, for me, I think it's interesting that seems to be happening, and that's the same kind of dynamic we're seeing from Israel. Right? We shouldn't be okay with that regardless. And you can personally feel, but from a perspective of like a wartime situation, I just find that interesting. But overall, I think it's important to recognize that this is the fact that we can see that they're lying about all of this, the foreknowledge around it, right? The idea that they knew this was coming. And again, if you haven't watched our show yesterday, I'm not going to go into it all again, but it's uncanny. I've never seen something so transparently obvious. The proof from their own people, the evidence from their own government. Now it's even Jerusalem Post showing you this, the plan outlines. And again, the weirdness of having the New York Post or New York Times break this back in December, or actually I think it was even November. It's basically the same information. There's a little more details. It was, as Anna Fuentes pointed out, the Operation Jericho Wall, which she's been covering for a while. It's just very interesting to me. And so regardless of my points I thought were interesting there, that of course we should be arguing that it's not only just because of the lying around it all, but because the government is committing war crimes. If you dispute the idea of the genocide, that the data points around whether it's genocide or not, or whether it's famine, that you feel free. You have every right to do that. But to pretend that if it's not those, that means it's not happening is just a childish argument. Clearly, they're committing war crimes. Debating whether it reaches the level of genocide, that's fair argument. But to pretend that they're not publicly, proudly, gleefully committing war crimes in front of you, posting it on their social media accounts, praising it in front of their own population, it's just willfully ignorant. So obviously we should not be allowing Americans or anybody else to go die for a genocidal agenda. I think that's important. I think that's changing. People are seeing this stuff. It's not racist to point these things out. Now, here's another conversation. This talks about the idea of AIPAC and the lobby and the very real, undeniable, and important conversation of whether this or any other lobbying group has undue influence over our political dynamic. And so, it's amazing that we're to not be allowed to ask that question if it applies in any way, even tangentially, to something you might think is connected to Israel. Doesn't that seem ridiculous? It is. It should be. That's why a lot of people that are finally able to have this conversation are going, how have I not recognized that? That's crazy. We would care about any other government that did a fraction of what they're doing. So here is Candace Owens making this argument, saying that our country is being held hostage by Israel. And Aviva Klampa says, Candace Owen manages 3.5 straight minutes of anti-Semitic tropes. That's all you got. That's the best argument you can have. I mean, I know some of you people are not as ridiculously ignorant as a lot of these spokespeople. Aviva Klampa at least appears to be intelligent, and that's the best you've got because they don't have an argument. Because you can prove everything she's saying. And the argument is, well, yeah, it's all true, but that's racist though. So ignore it. You're anti-Semitic. And then Khalil Falud posts similar sentiment. This is disgusting and worrisome. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the fact that she's saying it. No. It's disgusting and worrisome that this lobbying group is influencing our Congress to counter American interests. That's worrisome and disgusting indeed. He says, Candace Owens has totally lost it. Truly. That's your argument. Like, just stand back and think about it. The best that they can do is go, you're bad and gross and wrong and racist. Okay, maybe you think they're right, but there's no facts in there, guys. Those are just emotional replies. You point out where they've given facts in the last 3 months. It's all lie, propaganda, mischaracterization, desperation. Here's what Candace Owens had to say about this.
All agree. No, I'm not going to say it, but it seems like our country is being held hostage by Israel. Okay, I'm going to get in so much trouble for that. I don't even care. It's because we are seeing people that are having their entire livelihoods destroyed for critiquing a foreign nation. That is an absurdity. What is an absurdity? Think about this. In 2020, the United States government announced that it was considering banning the Chinese social media platform TikTok. That was upon a request from then President Donald Trump. He viewed TikTok as a national security threat. So he signed an executive order that same year banning TikTok.
And remember, the argument was China, China, China. But guess what? At that moment, guess who was in his ear about it? Israel, Israel, Israel. And we now know that. It's a fact. So let's not pretend we don't see this two-party illusion dynamic where the screamers like the Bannons of the world on the right of the conversation were saying it's China, China, China. And maybe he believes that. But it wasn't China, China, China. It was Israel. And now it's real and clear about the fact that they didn't like that was allowing pro-Palestinian talking points, and that it showed that this wasn't a left-right dynamic, but it was an age dynamic. That the younger generation in the United States was very aware what Israel actually was. Hey, look at that. Instagram censored our post. I'm not joking when I say that every time now. You guys that are listening on podcasts, I say that the moment that I notice that Instagram has censored, I don't know why they don't just delete our account. These are live posts that I do, which, by the way, that's probably why that don't show up anywhere on the platform, which I think is the dumbest thing in the world. But I do it just because I'd like to see them censor it every single time. So when I say that, I'm not making it up. They just pull it down and it stops being live on Instagram. So just hilarious to me. I used to try to go back in and restart it, but it's not worth the time.
In just 45 days, if it was not sold. And guess what happened? That executive order got blocked. The app survived until the app got on the wrong side of Israel. You guys remember this after October 7th, things on TikTok weren't trending in the pro-Israel way. In fact,
now remember, my point is that you can show that Israel was driving that censorship and bad view of TikTok before the push around the recent iteration of this conversation. That's what's interesting about it. That's my point, is about aiming at China around that. And that's not even to say that they're innocent in any way, but simply highlighting that it was not about China. It was about the concern of what was being discussed on that platform, coming from an, Israel lobbying perspective.
Very much trending in the pro-Palestinian way. And the ADL's John Greenblatt said, Yeah, no, this is a problem and we have to deal with it. Let me jog your memory. Here's what he said.
Really have a TikTok problem.
Seems like a really nice guy. Boy, did he move fast. Yeah, the anti-Semitism bill, which is horrific, made its way through the House and it got passed somehow. Yeah, forget your First Amendment, guys. If you've got something to say about Israel, yeah, you're going to be in big trouble. Forget your First Amendment. If you even accuse someone who is Jewish of having more allegiance to Israel than they do to America.
Despite them proudly stating that in every other context. Not everyone, but many examples of very prominent people saying that publicly and being praised for it on the Israel side of the conversation. And then when you go, you just said you, in any circumstance, are acting in the interest of Israel, even though you have national security, a clearance in the United States. You're a racist. Well, what is that? How does that even make sense? What if it was Russia or China? Well, then that would be a problem. It's a problem no matter who's doing it. There's a blind spot there, or rather a politically organized block, right? So stopping people from allowing us to have the conversation that is already a national security risk.
You are going to be in trouble. Thomas Massie, my favorite congressman in the entire world, because he seems to be the only one that will stand up to AIPAC, recently went on Tucker Carlson, and he had this to say. Take a listen.
Everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are, firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
I don't know how it works on the Democrat side, but that's how it works on the Republican side. And when they
I find that to be very important, because what's the narrative we're spun by the left-right paradigm? That it's all the Democrats, right? It's all the Democrats that are all, the idea that the bottom line is it's easy to see that it's both sides, to be very clear. But what he's speaking very clearly about is that the Republican side, that he knows explicitly, all have, this is not how even lobbying is supposed to work. They're not supposed to have their AIPAC guy or their gun lobby guy or their big pharma guy. That's not how it's been. I'm sure those exist too, but that's not how it's supposed to work. And AIPAC and Israel lobbying group is the Israel lobbying entities in general are the biggest and most alarming example of how that dangerous incestuous relationship works. But they're all there, to be clear. But the point is, it's supposed to be this passive dynamic where they fund based on, the fact that they believe in their candidacy and hope that they can have their ear when it's necessary. And if the next year comes around, they go, well, he didn't really act the way we like, we'll put our money somewhere else. But we've already proven, as he's discussing and every other angle possible, they're using this in real time to dictate, not just influence, but dictate policy in the interest of Israel. Not in some American overlap, but specifically in the interest of Israel. AIPAC is not an American entity, despite the fact that it's made in the United States. This is a clear, and that's why people discuss the FAR Act and registering as a foreign agent. That's what it is, guys. And they can attack you all day for that. Here's what's funny about that. The only way they make that a problematic thing to say is that they claim I secretly hate Jews, and that's why I'm saying it. That's the only argument anybody in this conversation has. And yes, I'm sure that exists somewhere. But explain for me how in a country we scream free speech about that I'm not allowed to argue a lobbying group is breaking the rules. Again, only because they go, that's because you're secretly racist. But I'm not, though. And if I was, I would still have a right to make those points. But I'm not. Racist is the point. But think about how alarmingly clear that is. That's why people are calling it out.
They come to D.C., you go have lunch with them. And they've got your cell number. And you have conversations with them. So I've had,
that's absolutely crazy.
I've had 4 members of Congress say, I'll talk to my AIPAC person. And it's literally what we call them, my AIPAC guy.
I honestly, genuinely hope that Tucker is just seeing this for the first time and is going to finally start talking about a lot of these things in earnest and not just the passing overview on somebody's podcast about the things that make people argue he might be really understand the topic. I just think that from, Alex or Tucker and his groups right now that are clearly immersed with the Twitter sphere are being wildly passive about one of the biggest events we've ever seen in regard to a genocide taking place. And it's not about whose side or what argument. It's about the fact that wherever it's happening, same thing with what's happening in Sudan. If it develops to be that, like right now with the people in displacement, which also involves Israel, the United States, or anywhere else we're talking about, they all matter. But the immediacy of what's happening in Gaza is the reason it's being focused on so much. And that's what angers them about that conversation. But I hope that we start to see more conversation from these people because it's important. Whether or not they're honest about it, I think it's good to have people of that platform size highlight the reality, even if it's in their interest, which my point is a lot of times it's just opportunism, like with the media elsewhere. But either way, I'll point to it if it's true.
I'll talk to my AIPAC guy and see if I can get him to, dial those ads back.
I'll talk to my AIPAC person. I was going to talk to you guys about this topic, but I gotta go call my AIPAC person because I gotta see what I'm allowed to say. Does that seem normal to you? He goes on later to talk about how they should have to register, obviously, because you have a foreign country that is impacting American politics, and that should be illegal.
Right.
But of course, Thomas Massie is wading into some dangerous water, so to speak, because we know that there was once a president who wanted to make AIPAC register as foreign, and he ended up shot. Coincidentally, ended up shot.
Mm-hmm.
So Thomas Massie better be careful.
There's a lot of those overlaps, or JFK, right? There's a lot of different arguments about why that happened and so on. But either way, I think it's an important conversation. The fact that the argument is simply that you just must be racist, it once had some power, right? And it's not to say that there's not racism, but it doesn't have, it's the point we've made many times. The irresponsible overuse of that term in places where it literally doesn't apply is why they've lost its power. They've lost their power in the accusation, but it's also why it creates anti-Semitism. They're building it within, I argue by design to a large degree from Zionist perspective, but nonetheless have created the very thing they claim they're fighting, because now the genuine examples, which they've never seemed to care about, slide by while they're focusing on genuine criticism of governments and calling that racist. Now, here's an interesting, Ken O'Keefe shares this in a video from Australia, highlighting the exact same problem. And he says there's not a single Western nation that isn't infected by this global virus.
In the diary of a foreign minister, Bob Carr details what he sees as some of the biggest problems in Australian politics. He singled out the Israeli lobby, saying its influence on Australian politics has reached an unhealthy level. Let's go to the book. The strongest criticism of all in the book is aimed at the Melbourne Jewish lobby. What's wrong with the way that group operates?
Well, the important point about a diary of a foreign minister is that you shine light on areas of government that are otherwise in darkness. And the influence of lobby groups is one of those areas. And what I've done is to spell out how the extremely conservative instincts of the pro-Israel lobby in Melbourne was exercised through the then Prime Minister's office.
It's everywhere, guys. I mean, it's so these foreign governments, and look, I argue it stems directly back to the United States and Britain. So through that, things like Australia, New Zealand, and the typical entities you'd argue. But my point is that it's so very clear. It is so surreptitious and is immersed in these governments. And as we discussed with David Icke, arguably the foundational element of all three, Zionism, communism, and Nazism, which is called Sabbateanism, is known historically for its infiltration of governments and religions, which is both of what we're talking about here. And I'll include that for you. It's an interesting conversation. But, it's amazing that this has been so repressed, so held back, suppressed. I just don't know how that's even possible, especially with how flimsy and kind of immature their propaganda is right now. How did that ever happen? It's important to think about. Now, here is a video. I might play the whole thing. I don't think I played it the last time. Just showing you how much the Overton window has shifted. This is from June 10th. AIPAC tracker, which you should follow. It's a good account that highlights the money flow around this thing. It's highlighting a clip from MSNBC that is showing you, like, unabashedly, that AIPAC. What's funny about this is I shared this clip, a clip from MSNBC, which is not to mean that it means anything other than it's on corporate media, which means it's reaching more people. It doesn't mean it's true necessarily. And quite frankly, if it's coming from corporate media, you should question it more than ever. But the fact that it's on MSNBC shows you that this is not some fringe, trope argument. Like, this is something that's now becoming mainstream. And this was the very tweet that got highlighted by the person that we've talked about before, which I may have mentioned on the show. I just don't want to start tit for tat game between independent media, but somebody that I respected during COVID-19, many of those we've seen now where they seem to have either exposed themselves or have lost the plot when it comes to Israel. And my point was simply that I said around this tweet, how is this not obvious? Hashtag occupied Congress. Now, to conflate that with the classic statement of Zionist or occupied government, which, by the way, it's exactly the same conversation. A Zionist government entity that is occupied. And the only reason I think that term became used is because it's not exactly the right word for what we're talking about. I mean, it works, but it's because of the occupation of Palestine. So it's meant to, kind of ring true in that way. But we're talking about a foreign political entity that is clearly occupied, controlled, influenced, infiltrated other foreign governments. It's funny how they'll scream about Russia and China, and then like you're not allowed to have that opinion about Israel because, you must be racist. It's just a flimsy and usually dishonest argument. My point is that this got framed as me spreading some racist trope. Literally, the person called me part of the Aryan Brotherhood, or at least implied that that's what that meant. And it just blew my mind. I'm like, is this a fake account? Is it a parody? Are we joking here? Like, you can argue that I'm wrong, but it's such a lazy, intellectually dishonest jump to say that you just must be a white supremacist maniac because you argue a foreign government has infiltrated another government. It's just silly to me. I tried to engage, in fact, but it's not worth the conversation. The point is that this is so patently, it's self-evident. And MSNBC doing a surface level job makes it clear as possible that AIPAC is influencing policy, and we should care about that. And I argue it's to the level that the Zionist organization is, as I think everyone's becoming clear about, influencing policy in real time. What else would you call that but an occupied Congress?
Talk about AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It was incorporated in 1963. For 10 years prior to that, it was known as the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs. AIPAC calls itself America's pro-Israel lobby, and according to its website, it has over 3 million members across the country in regional chapters working to, quote, expand and strengthen the U.S.-Israel relationship, end quote. You may know AIPAC as being one of the biggest and most recognizable donors to many of the members of Congress in your state. But contributing to campaigns is a relatively new function of the organization. Before 2021, AIPAC did not endorse candidates nor give political contributions. Its focus was on lobbying elected officials, not actually electing officials. But in a dramatic shift in policy, AIPAC began directly funding candidates and spending big on races in 2021. AIPAC Political Action Committee, AIPAC-PAC, filed something called a Statement of Organization with the FEC just in time for the 2022 election cycle, where it spent $50 million, including both direct contributions to candidates and outside spending like TV advertisements. According to AIPAC, it donated money to 365 candidates from both parties, including every single member of both Democratic and Republican leadership in Congress. 109 Republicans who voted against the certification of the 2020 presidential election in America received campaign contributions from AIPAC. All in all, AIPAC gave money to 342 members of the 118th Congress.
That's like 70-something%. I did the math last time, which is crazy. But the main point being that they funded every single leading member of both sides of this Congress. That's pretty simple.
The 2022 elections were the most expensive midterms in American history, with a total cost of $8.9 billion spent. Now, last year, AIPAC ranked 15th in total expenditure by a political action committee, according to data collected by Open Secrets. But take a look at the other funders that AIPAC is competing against for that title. Act Blue and Win Red. They are Democratic and Republican Party machines. Save America is Donald Trump's money-raising operation. The Conservative Club for Growth, Emily's List, focuses on electing Democratic women to office. All of the PACs on this list are massively domestic-focused ideological machines. AIPAC is the only organization in the top 20 whose interests are focused entirely on America's relationship to a foreign government.
The only. And recognized, weirdly bipartisan. So how do you not begin to see this picture? Everyone's so sensitive about trying to avoid being called racist. Let's just be honest about this. We're talking about a political organization through a foreign government, rather on behalf of a foreign government, that is funding everybody, anybody, to influence what they're doing, not because they believe in a candidate or because it's because they're trying to explicitly influence policy for the benefit of Israel. That's what I mean. If you actually break this down and listen to their conversations, listen to what they post, that's what their stated mission is. But through the lens of Americans for Israel from the United States, therefore it's American company. It's a very flimsy veneer.
Now, let's take a look at who benefits from AIPAC's largesse. Here are the top 20 recipients in Congress, the House and the Senate, of AIPAC money in the 2022 midterm cycle, according to Open Secrets. They're members of both parties. They come from every corner of the country with varying levels of experience in Congress. The Democrat Glenn Ivey of Maryland tops the list. He beat out fellow Democrat Donna Edwards in Maryland's House primary after AIPAC poured millions into pro-Ivey advertisements and mailers.
Right. And there's another example, not just the policy in real time, but actually during the election, where clearly they're doing this in order. And Massey made this point where the moment he started saying the thing they didn't like, they funded in real time, like campaign videos, which, not even like in the midst of an election, videos that were like, Thomas Massey doesn't like freedom, like really ridiculous stuff like that. This should be alarming to everybody. This is a foreign government making advertisements about political representatives of Congress because they say the wrong thing in real time.
Edwards was running for a second stint in Congress after serving during the Obama administration, where she voted present, not even a no, on a number of pro-Israel resolutions. So the money poured in against her. Not even an endorsement from Nancy Pelosi could save her. Michigan Democrat Haley Stevens, unseated Democratic representative.
And the point is that person lost that position immediate. Why? Because she didn't vote exactly the way that she was told. Not even
Andy Levin. Here's what Levin had to say about that.
I'm really Jewish, but AIPAC can't stand the idea that I am the clearest, strongest Jewish voice in Congress, standing for a simple proposition that there's no way to have a secure democratic homeland for the Jewish people unless we achieve the political and human rights of the Palestinian people.
AIPAC spent $4 million against Levin. He lost by 20 points. When Michigan Congress.
So obviously it's not about being Jewish or Israeli. It's about whether or not you support the Zionist agenda. It couldn't be more clear.
Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, was censured by the House in early November over what some lawmakers called her rhetoric around the Israeli-Hamas war. 22 Democrats joined Republicans in that censure vote. 18 of those Democrats received campaign funds from AIPAC.
Now, how in the world do you not see that? If you haven't seen this before, there's only two things in the world that seem to bring people across the aisle: war and Israel. Usually we're at war because of Israel, and that's what we're staring at here. Somehow you've got bipartisan action to censure somebody who goes against Israel when they can't agree on damn near anything. I mean, seems pretty clear to me. Money.
In 2022, totaling more than $1.1 million. By the way, for these 6 of them, AIPAC was their top contributor. A growing list of progressive lawmakers who are vocal in their criticism of the government of Israel and its policies and their support for Palestinian self-determination have inspired AIPAC to spend even more. As progressive lawmakers began calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, Slate reported that insiders expect AIPAC's 2024 spending to hit $100 million. In fact, United Democracy Project, which is a pro-Israel super PAC affiliated with AIPAC, is already spending money on attack ads against Democratic Representatives Jamal Bowman of New York and Summer Lee of Pennsylvania.
Now, whatever your thoughts on him, at least the first mention from New York, he is aggressively calling out Israel. And I saw a clip of a recent little, preliminary debate just between the two of them and for his area. And it was just very clear. No more money to Benjamin Netanyahu, no more money to Israel, no matter what. And even made the point to say, for the Palestinians, he looks at the guy and goes, yeah, that's how you say it, Palestinians, because they won't even say the word. These people are so afraid to cross it. They won't even say the word Palestinian because it's not supposed to exist in the propaganda. But that's why they're going after him. And I'm not saying there's other things about him that I'm like, pretty much it takes a lot for me to support any politician. And frankly, right now, I can't think of one, even somebody like Massey that I do agree with in a lot of things he's doing. I'm just so jaded in the political spectrum. I don't believe in politics. I don't believe in this dynamic because it's so dishonest and so inherently manipulative. And I actually, frankly, don't think our votes translate to the outcome. But my point is I don't support any of them. But if I was going to, it would probably at this point be people that are at least willing to call this out. But I'm not somebody who supports politicians in any way.
Lee has already got a primary challenger, as do Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar. Pro-Israel donors have already signaled that they are eager to primary Rashida Tlaib and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Congresswoman Lee already overcame AIPAC's financial influence against her once. She tweeted criticisms of Israel's treatment of Palestinians in 2021. But as a candidate, she affirmed Israel's right to exist. But that's not good enough.
Right.
AIPAC spent nearly $3 million in the primary alone to defeat Lee, and they almost did. She beat Stephen Irwin, who is third on the list of money given to candidates by AIPAC in 2022 by less than 1,000 votes.
Right. And so the whole point was they don't want somebody who's willing to say Israel's right to exist. They want someone who's going to say they have a right to exist and they have a right to murder Palestinians. That's what they want. And so that her saying, well, they're treating them bad, but they have a right to exist, not enough. Doesn't work. Appeasement doesn't work. The whole woke movement should have shown us that by now. Here's another interesting development in all this. This is from yesterday. ADL, and this is from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, ADL faces Wikipedia ban over reliability concerns on Israel anti-Semitism. This is a fantastic example of what we're talking about. Okay, what have we been saying about Wikipedia forever? It's an illegitimate source. There's use to it. Really, just mass adoption is pretty much the only thing I point to it for. But there's a value to it to some degree, right? But even more so, as Wyatt Reed just highlighted, that even as somebody who's able to edit these things, he's being blocked from being able to change things. They're just going, nope, we don't agree with what you're saying, and it won't let it happen in regard to Israel and Palestine. So it's clearly manipulated, and this is exactly why this came up. I think people are seeing this; they're calling it out, and whether it's about saving face or whatever the real situation is here, they're now at least facing a ban, which probably won't happen if we're going to be honest about it. But it brought up an interesting conversation over the fact that they're unreliable, meaning they're lying. The information, and there's been all sorts of very clear, like troll farm, bot farm dynamics, and I mean verifiably so. That there's a video of Naftali Bennett, former prime minister, who's talking about this. We need to be online fighting for the truth about Israel. Well, they're not. They're lying about these things. They're pushing Palestine never existed. They're all terrorists, stuff like that. Or right now, there's no famine. That's the kind of thing they're doing. But they go on, they mass edit these things, stop other people that are knowing what's going on from posting the truth, and they hide it. And so now people are calling it out, and they're at least feigning effort to stop them. I hope it actually happens. But this is interesting because Wikipedia has been called out by people like us as being a tool of the empire, right? Here's YouTube using Wikipedia to say, or even Twitter for a minute, highlighting the fact check. And here's what Wikipedia said, even though you're not allowed to use Wikipedia for a college paper because their college professors say that it's not a valid source. It's not. It's completely manipulated. But now that Israel's called out for what Wikipedia is doing, guess how fast the story changes? Boom, just like that. Here's Abraham Foxman saying, ADL faces Wikipedia ban over reliability concerns on Israel and anti-Semitism. Who made Wikipedia the arbiters of truth? For over 110 years, the ADL has jealously guarded its credibility, gaining the respect of the public, media, and government. Right? Who evaluates Wikipedia's credibility? And this is not unique, guys. This is all over the place right now. Hilarious that the moment it goes afoul of Israel, like what you're beginning to see here, all of the most prominent, dishonest propaganda, lie, war, all this stuff seems to hinge around Israel. It's not an accident, guys. So what's hilarious to me is through Israel, they've been using Wikipedia and pretty much all the rest of them too, like US, Britain. They're all trying to lie to you through these propaganda channels. But it's been very clear that Israel has had a real strong element there, and that's why they're now getting called out for it. And now the moment they get exposed for lying through Wikipedia, well, Wikipedia is not even a good source, and how do we even trust Wikipedia? Yeah, that's what I've been saying. And a moment ago, you called me racist for saying that, and now we're all in the same. It's just ridiculous. It just keeps happening like this. And so I just want you to recognize it's obvious that there's a very surreptitious, long-sought manipulation that goes much bigger than just the United States, obviously. But this is the changing of the guard. It's all switching in front of us, and all they can do is react. You're racist, or, the same things we've been seeing the entire time. And here is another example of this that I just think is absurd. Speaking with Democracy Now!, Holocaust scholar Rod Siegel, a scholar of the Holocaust. He dedicated his life to learning as a scholar about the Holocaust, right? He says, who has characterized Israel's war on Gaza as a textbook case of genocide. So a man who literally studied, as an Israeli Jew himself, the context and the reality and the information around whatever you think about it, around the Holocaust and what's taught around it, right? He is the one saying what's happening in Gaza is a textbook case of genocide. He has just lost his job as a Holocaust scholar, and a job offer was rescinded by the University of Minnesota in the United States because of opposition to his analysis of the Gaza war. You know, an expert on genocide. He says the episode represents a major threat to academic freedom. So the same point. You have a guy who has spent his career, and some people would argue, lying about stuff. The people that don't believe the stories on World War II and stuff. I have a different opinion. The point, though, is that he has spent his life talking about the Holocaust, researching the Holocaust, and has been used this entire time as a say, this is why we need to fight. Israel has to exist because of what he's talking about. Then the expert on the Holocaust comes around and says, well, here's what's happening in Gaza. You're not allowed to have a job anymore. You mean the Holocaust expert is not allowed to speak about genocide because you don't like his story around what you're doing in genocide? I mean, my God, this is the most obvious thing in the world. There is nothing sacred. This is about Zionism attacking anything that gets in the way of its agenda, whether you are a Jew, a Christian, anything, or a Holocaust scholar. I mean, I just find that to be wild. So you can see why some of these points are important to get out there right now. So let's talk about Zionism itself. As we've done many times, but just coming off of that clear dynamic, it's important to keep that in the mind while we recognize what is actually driving all these things. Because if it was just about Jewish people fighting for their self-determination, whatever you want to claim, well, they wouldn't be attacking Holocaust scholars. They would be like, well, you're wrong if they think that. But you're still an important discussion. I mean, but no, they're getting boxed out of society, including in circles around Israel. So the truth is it's about Zionism. It is about a political organization that is, at this point, seemingly predominantly Christians, which is interesting, but nonetheless is a very surreptitious entity that has worked its way through a lot of different governments and religions, for that matter, and it's not what you think. Hopefully, this will open your mind if you haven't heard this conversation yet. Here is Ilan Pape, a professor. It says, Zionism began as a Christian, not Jewish, he says, and I agree with him, white supremacist imperialist project, and continues to function as such today. An enemy can only be defeated if you know its origins and its functions. Here's what he has to say. Oh, actually, I forgot I was going to play that. Let me just really quickly, I'll start this. Let me see if there's just the conversation I think was enough, but here's the Holocaust scholar.
Yeah, I mean, it spells the end of this idea of free inquiry, of academic freedom, of research and teaching, and all in the service, of course, of supporting an extremely violent state, a state now conducting a destructive assault for 8 months on Gaza, genocide or not. I mean, I firmly believe that we're witnessing a genocidal assault. But even if we're not, I mean, an extremely violent assault, there's a case of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice. The chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, has requested arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on war crimes and crimes against humanity. I mean, an international outcry, dozens of Holocaust and genocide studies scholars, not only me, who have spoken about genocide in Israel's attack on Gaza, or at least the serious risk of genocide in Israel's attack on Gaza. So all this in the service of supporting a violent state and also supporting, again, this very dangerous idea that the only way to be Jews today is to be Zionists and
exactly the point. And he's an Israeli himself, guys. Very, very important. Here's the professor speaking about Zionism and why it's a problem.
It began, and that many people are surprised when they hear it, it began as a Christian idea, not a Jewish idea. It was part of the dogma of the emerging evangelical Christianity as a result of the division between Catholics and Protestants, and later on, all kind of theological streams developed out of Protestant Christianity. One of them was very strong, was the evangelical Christianity. And a special group of people there called the Restorationists, probably somewhere in the 17th century, definitely towards the end of the 18th century and beginning of the 19th century. We're talking about individuals, and that's why it's not that easy to locate it chronologically. But let's say quite a few years before Zionism appeared as a Jewish idea, for them Zionism was a religious imperative to try and convince the Jews, especially in Britain and the United States, to go to Palestine.
So right there, you could argue that they thought it was in their best interest. You could argue it was about trying to keep them safe, or you could argue a lot of other dangerous things that, or rather, not dangerous, but argue things that imply that what they wanted was something much worse. That it was getting them out of their area, creating something where they could be abused situation, or use them for other situations. There's plenty of arguments like that. You can decide for yourself. The bottom line is, it's not what we're told. That this is about some Jewish identity, self-determination idea. It's about Zionism using whatever, aligning itself with Nazi Germany, which it did during and after and throughout the final solution, by the way, or Christian Zionists using this to make Jews move out of the area. It's crazy. Or the fact that the Zionist organization after that argued that it would sacrifice the Jews in Arab countries as long as it got the fascist state that it wanted. And these are terms that were used by them. The idea that they called themselves colonial settlers, they called themselves terrorists. The Leahy Party called their own people terrorists. It's on Wikipedia, for crying out loud. And that's not why I say that, because it is stated on their own documents, but it's that easy to look up. And now today it's supposed to be wrong to point out what they called themselves or to state what actually happened.
As part of a divine scheme that, in their eyes, would ignite a process that would bring us closer to the end of times.
Right. So this hinges back to the prophetic discussion. The idea that you have a Zionist organization using whatever it can, whatever, Christianity, Judaism, to drive into reality what they wanted. So you manipulate the entire Jewish diaspora and say, let's put you all over here because that will drive us closer to the end of times, I guess. It's pretty wild, and this is not hard to look up. We've had many conversations about this stuff. Here is Gideon Levy in a recent debate, which I think was just a waste of time, quite frankly, because again, and you know my opinions on Mehdi Hassan, or especially around COVID-19, but he's been talking about the Palestine conversation for a long time. And the fact that this is a debate that's put on by a group that the entire audience was very clearly, most of it, very pro-Israel. And so the argument about whether there's a difference of Zionism and anti-Semitism, of course that's going to go in a certain direction. If you were going to have a real debate about this, it should be in an independent, middle ground, right? Put on by a group that, and have some kind of online voting system or something like that. The point is, I never thought this would end up any different than it did. And then especially when you listen to their arguments and you listen to the counter arguments, you're going to go, how in the world? This was not about a debate. This is about setting this up for them to vote the way they wanted to, because the arguments they make are embarrassing. Even if Klampus shared one of them going, yeah, he got put to bed in this conversation. You listen to the argument and you're like, it doesn't even make sense. This argument, I think it was essentially that you can't, the argument being that you can't allow the Zionists or the anti-Zionists to frame what Zionism is. She's like, you wouldn't allow the anti-Semites to frame, or basically argument trapped herself in her own logic. And it ultimately ended up showing that all they really want is for them to be able to define what they are as they're doing the thing that he says they're doing. It's very manipulative, but at the end of the day, you don't need to listen to them spout things that you can't prove, to look back at a story when you can clearly watch what they're doing. You can look at what they're saying. You can hear what they want to do, whether they are Zionist or anything else. Anyone that's going in the same direction is a very dangerous thing right now, whether they are Zionist or Christian or Jew or whatever else. Here is what this Israeli Jew who writes for Haaretz wants you to hear about Zionism.
Zionism today has only one meaning, and nobody can find any other meaning. It is Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea. That's the real meaning of Zionism today. I was a good boy in Tel Aviv for many years. I got Zionism with the milk of my mother. You mentioned all my sins. Yes, I was in the army. I was working for Shimon Peres. I was a Zionist until I realized that Zionism means national supremacy of one people over the other. And I cannot support any kind of supremacy anywhere. Yes, it was a nice lie to tell that the people without a land arrived to a land without a people. And we were brought up according to those stories. I heard the word Nakba first time in my life when I was 20. I saw the ruins along the street and around the roads in Israel. I never asked, where are the people who lived in those ruins? What happened to them? We had no interest for this. But you get adult, and I started to cover the occupation. It's now 40 years that I'm covering the occupation, and I cannot accept Jewish supremacy.
Why would anybody? Or any type of supremacy, right? Nationalism is different. Now, yes, it's very easy to highlight that you could argue those things, one could lead to the other, but you could argue government could lead to any, I mean, there's any number of things that could lead to any number of things. My point is that if you argue that nationalism is somehow inherently wrong, is wild to me. I argue that it's a natural response to a globalization that we're seeing, but it also doesn't justify the idea of supremacy, of arguing a Christian supremacy or a Jewish supremacy or white or black or any supremacy, right? That's ridiculous. That is exactly the opposite of what anybody who has any kindness or compassion in their heart would argue. But I think people get manipulated by the two-party illusion, by their government sides, by the different dynamics around the world. But I think everybody, the majority of people in the world understand and agree with that point. But there's just a lot of political games that get played that make people get confused about what they're talking about or reflexively dismiss the statement as a whole because he secretly hates Jews as a Jew himself, which is what actually gets stated. But here is another discussion from Mehdi Hassan in the same debate, which you could argue, it sounds like he might have even watched our show. But the point is, he's been talking about this stuff long before that I've been having these conversations. But what he lists off here is what anybody honest should be highlighting. Doesn't have to prove that what he says is true, but it simply highlights that there is a wild disparity between the evidence on one side versus the other.
And to Douglas and Natasha, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, the UNHCR, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Oxfam, Christian Aid. Yep, you're booing.
Amnesty, B'Tselem. I mean, you can go on forever.
What does it come to when you're booing Oxfam? What does that tell you about yourselves? You're sitting here booing Oxfam to defend Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, she tried to scream right there. That tells you that they're Hamas, just making his point for him. With no evidence, by the way. Their arguments are emotional and based on propaganda talking points with zero evidence. And if you challenge them, you're racist, or you're the same things you keep hearing. 40 beheaded babies and rape and all the things that they can't prove, but argue you're wrong to say isn't true. But what he's highlighting is that the majority, I mean, extreme majority of all the people that both Israel and the United States and anybody else has been telling us historically to look to in these moments are telling you this is genocide, are telling you they're deliberately killing people for no other reason than they want to execute or annihilate this group of Palestinian people. And they boo.
Let me just deal with something you just said. You talked about debunking propaganda. First of all, you can't even get Israeli propaganda straight. The Israeli government's own security agency, Shin Bet, investigated what you just said and said, no, we found no evidence that workers from Gaza were involved in the October 7th attack. Oh, Shin Bet alive. They're booing Shin Bet. The Israeli...
Right, what they're booing is anything that challenges narrative. Boo! That's the point. Doesn't matter. An Israeli general can come out and say, oh, no, he must hate Jews. It's a reflexive bottom of the barrel, lowest common denominator, ignorance. And that's their bread and butter. You're speaking to those Mike Rappaports of the world. Get them to scream things for us, right? That's what's happening. But think about what he's talking, what she tried to argue is he said Oxfam, mind you. And she goes, because and she's trying to suggest that the UN, no. Their argument is UNRWA, by the way, which is a arm of a larger UN body. But that, because it just got lazy, became just UN. Right? Oh, this UN is Hamas. We saw them actually make those arguments. So then Oxfam, which is another separate and different arm of this larger body, is now they were part of October 7th. I mean, their evidence around October 7th and UNRWA has been disproven. Canada, United States, and people around the world have said, look, you not only have you not provided any evidence, the evidence has come out to show that what you presented was false. You got caught lying about most of these people. The rest of them were completely flimsy, tangential connections, being in the same area as somebody else in the same phone call or chat group, and you were murdering people based on this. And her argument is Oxfam was part of October 7th. That's the kind of thing that they won this debate with. Think about how ridiculous that is.
Security service, got it. All right, let me finish my point. You had a 5-minute speech from your side. Okay, that's Shin Bet. Let me just deal with your wider point here. Douglas and Natasha tonight want to make this entire debate about October 7th. I get it. It's a horror show. But that's not the debate. The debate was about Zionism, and it tells you a lot that they can't find any arguments to say, as Gideon says, why we can't be allowed to criticize a political ideology that is 150 years old, that many Jewish people have criticized from the beginning and continue to do so.
Exactly. Because the whole point in this conversation is about whether anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So it's inherently stupid when you recognize there has been Jewish organizations, Jewish people in general, from the beginning of Zionism being introduced that have been against it. And still to this day, there's prominent groups that are calling out Zionism as Jewish people. But yet we're not allowed to say Zionism might have this problem or might be breaking the law or might be infiltrating this government. Nope, you're racist. They've lost this power, but still won this ridiculous debate, apparently, even though it's as easy to prove as anything we're talking about here.
They can't tell you why that is. So they focus on October the 7th, which is fine, but if you're going to focus on October 7th, then also focus on what happened since October the 7th, the erasure of Palestinians in this debate, the booing when Gideon mentions what happened to Palestinians. Shameful.
We're going to show some examples of that today. The idea that, so you're highlighting that Palestinians were hurt and they boo. Like, think about how grotesque that is. It's not at the context, it's simply because you're supposed to pretend that's fake. It's Bollywood, right? It's all manufactured, except you're not allowed to do that anywhere else because then you're a racist. Everything's one-sided. But again, they're losing this power.
I'm sorry to say it's absolutely shameful and telling about what's going on. And I would say this, if we're going to talk about October 7th and what happened since, everyone's a liar. The Hamas health ministry is a liar. Everyone's a liar. Okay. Friend of mine, American doctor, goes to Gaza. Many doctors have gone to Gaza. You've seen them on the news. They're all liars, all Hamas, apparently. Friend of mine went to Gaza. He's been to Sudan. He doesn't just use it for whataboutism like Douglas. He's been to Sudan. He's been to Afghanistan. He's worked there. He came back from Gaza and said, I've never seen atrocities like I've seen here. What's happened to children? He's an anti-Semite because he saw children with burn wounds like he's never seen. He saw children with gunshot wounds to the head. But that's Hamas's fault. Everything is Hamas's fault. So let's talk about war crimes.
That's all. Yes, they say, yeah, they scream. Yes, it is. No matter what, without any evidence, it's only Hamas because that's not the reality. Even though you can prove that they've done this. I mean, everything you can prove. My point is that the cases like that have been, in some cases, admitted to. Oh, it was an accident, or we didn't know there was human shields. So there's plenty of evidence to show that it did happen, and yet you bring it up. But, fake news, only Hamas. Which shows you that even those people are knowingly dismissing that in many cases is provable because it's all about an agenda.
It is amazing that every human rights group in the world, including Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, Gisha, Yeshtin, are all documenting this stuff, but you guys think it's all imaginary. So again, it tells you about what Zionism is. This is not about some abstract ideology of, people trying to settle the land and trying to have it. But as Gideon said, there was an argument to be had in the 1940s, 30s, 20s. Zionism today is what the Palestinians are enduring on a daily, nightly basis in Gaza, in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem, in Israel itself. And the erasure of that tells you everything about why we need to be able to talk about what Zionism does to the Palestinians without being smeared as anti-Semites.
Right. It's the most logical thing in the world. But of course, you're racist for saying that, right? That's the argument. Look at the chat. That's all you got. Oh, but you're anti-Semite. Well, you just made his point for him. And you know what? Certainly could be. Like, the point being that, of course, anybody could also be racist, but that doesn't invalidate the point about how you're misusing those terms to hide genuine criticism. Sam Husseini highlights about the UN Security Council. Here's Gabriel Elizondo simply highlighting the shifting of the UN Security Council. And really all he does is go through and show the shifting dynamic and says, Pakistan, Somalia, Panama, Greece, Denmark have been elected to the UN Security Council starting on January 1st. Now, what's interesting, if you don't know this, there's the permanent members that all have veto power, which I think is ridiculous. Then there's the ones that have been elected into it, which are seemingly controlled by the same ones like the United States and Britain, who all are clearly not honest in their policies, their politics. They get to ultimately decide whether or not a new person comes in. And so now what you're seeing is certain groups not getting, pushed out or no longer there. And they're bringing in groups that we just listed off, most of which are very clearly pro-Israel. Interesting. Now, on top of that, we realize that the Security Council itself is very manipulated, again, through the vetoes, like the United States, which will veto. The fact that any one group has the power to veto what the rest of them decide is ridiculous to me. It doesn't make sense. But what Sam points out is, looks like the hand of the U.S. establishment determining who is on the UN Security Council. Current Somalia government, U.S. puppet. Panama is one, if not the most pro-Israel government in Latin America. U.S. backs Pakistani regime, subverted democracy in ousting Imran Khan. Greece and Denmark have been hyper pro-Israel, even by NATO member standards. So one by one, they're filling the area with people that will vote the way they want them to, like every other political dynamic. But of course, when it happens to, when it's about Israel, I'm racist for saying so, right? Or not. That's the argument. The reality is this is about controlling the outcome. It's not, and this is, one of the arguments about why this is an illegitimate body, if this is how this is going to work. Max Blumenthal highlights, and this is the overlap to the dangerous reality of what Zionism is, and is clearly showing today. Like, and I'm talking about the foundational origins, the idea of overlapping with Nazism during World War II. We just saw this, which actually kind of blew my mind. BM shared this as this is it was a former member of Knesset in their government who stood up and said, as Hitler, and this is not debatable, there's been major articles written about this, as Hitler, may his name be erased, he said, once said, I cannot live in this world if there is one Jew left in it. He goes on to say, we could not live in this land if even one such Islamo-Nazi remains. So you're using the logic of Hitler to apply to Palestinians and why you can't live there if one of them exists. Not Hamas, mind you, Palestinians. You're calling on Nazi Germany and Hitler to make an analogy about why you're like, well, how they're the Nazis, even though ideologically that's laughably absurd. Well, Max Blumenthal simply highlights that he was hardly, his name's Feiglin, is hardly the first prominent Israeli to present Hitler as a positive example, and the Nazi regime's genocidal policy as a blueprint. Israeli judge learns from Nazis. Retired judge says as part of her PR war, Israel should adopt tactics used to distribute protocols of elders of Zion. It says, quote, we must learn from the Nazi tactics. That's what she says. Discussing during a conference ways to improve the state of Israel's PR efforts in the world. The meeting, which was held last week, this is in 2005, it looks like, or 2010 maybe. Yeah, 2010. Was attended by some 150 senior Jewish legal experts. She said during the conference that Israel would adopt the tactics used by the Nazis after they distributed the protocols of elders of Zion, whatever you think about the reality around that, refusing to reach a compromise and continuing their battle in the courts, although they had no proof. The bottom line is, we need to do what the Nazis did. I mean, that's just not you. I mean, think about the way we're told this history exists. And then this kind of stuff being presented shouldn't make much sense. Or, the arming of the Azov movement, which is a Nazi or a very clear neo-Nazi organization that's been bolstered by the United States government as far back as you can look, and Israel, by the way. That would seem confusing unless you understood the true history here, which include, again, my discussion of this back in February 24th of this year, Zionism versus Nazism, and the obvious and important reality of how and this is Dan Cohen's tweet highlighting this same point from Haaretz, how the Lehi, which is the one of the main foundational entities of Zionism, continued to seek an ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution began. And he highlights the reservist that was screaming these, which he's was a member of the Lehi party, and he's one of the reservists that was brought up at the beginning of this and saying we should need to kill them all, wipe them off the map. They're all going to be terrorists. It's just transparent. So this goes into that deep. If you want to understand it's amazing to me, this stuff, you can look it up on Wikipedia, but when you say it out loud, you're supposedly racist. I mean, that's why this is so transparent right now. But here is where Bill Maher goes with this. Just towing the line. I mean, this guy is just so irritatingly smug and so wildly uninformed or lying in many things. There's some things he says that I would agree with, but at the end of the day, this kind of discussion is just so embarrassing. Like, he should be embarrassed with himself if he's not just lying for some other reason. He put this out on yesterday. He says, how come it's okay for the left to hate Jews? It's so dumb. You're talking about, look, you could argue that you think that they do. They say that they don't. Everyone you're talking about, their statement, they're talking about Zionists. They're talking about governments of Israel. In fact, what you can clearly prove is that almost every one of them have been marching alongside Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace. And somehow you're going to say they hate Jews. Why? Because the narrative is that they hate Jews because they are against Israel's policy? You're supposed to be a journalist? I mean, this is intellectually dishonest or lazy. But we're seeing it everywhere. And all the lies can't piece together about faking crimes. And it's incredible. But here's what he has to say.
Fuck Israel, stand with Hamas.
Oh, so I forgot. He curses, so heads up for people that are watching with their families.
Kill another Zionist now, painted on the statue, death to America, of course, with 3 Ks.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna take at face value that somebody fighting for self-determination and peace, ceasefire, is gonna write America with 3 Ks. Right. We're going to endorse the KKK. Is that, I mean, I'm certain that's certainly possible. But it's so lazy. Who out there is calling these people racist? Zionists. So as you're being called a racist, you're going to go write America with 3 Ks because you're proving them wrong. I mean, my point is, of course, it's so lazy. And how many times we have proven, near everyone that I've seen, proven that they have made these up, that they have lied about this, said they were marching through the schools, chanting hate the Jews. Stefanik just screams that everywhere. Then the police officer who investigated came through and said, we looked at the videos. That didn't happen. That's not true. And yet they still say it because they're liars. My point is that I find it near impossible to believe that there is a Palestinian protest group that's writing death to America with 3 Ks in it. Maybe death to America. That wouldn't surprise me. And you can feel about that how you want. The point is that it's so transparently stupid to think that that's not obviously what you can expect, which is a Zionist group going out there, painting that and going, look, they all hate the Jews. And we keep seeing that. We keep seeing them get caught wearing a mask and saying, we should all kill all of them. And then the very pro-Palestine group come up and go, get out of here, man. You're not part of this group. And yet, nonetheless, the clip comes out and they lie about it on the news. Over and over. She stabbed me in the eye with his flag, or that didn't happen at all, and you don't even have a blemish the day after, but they all still said it. In fact, people in the U.S. government came out and said they're sharpening flagpoles and stabbing people in the eyes, plural. Well, it wasn't sharpened. It didn't even happen, but go ahead and tell that story as long as it pushes your Zionist funding in your direction. So anyway, just to start off with how great this clip, how embarrassing.
Death to Israel, death to Zion.
That is the cool way to do it.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
and also Ku Klux Klan, because America is run by the Klan, of course. That's right. I got a
great journalism, guys.
Question. How come it's okay for the left to hate the Jews?
Oh, you're so controversial. He's the way he does that little stance with his little fingers together. Like, he's just so ridiculous, man. Tell me something. Why is it okay for them to Jews? Like, he just thinks he's so cool. And it's not even that big. You're completely willfully misrepresenting their opinion as they state it. You could argue they're lying about it, but it's not, it just jumps right past that. You want to have this engaged conversation about why they're allowed to do the thing that doesn't seem they're even doing. That's literally what propaganda is.
Because obviously, if this was the people at Charlottesville who
Yes.
were doing this, wouldn't there be a bigger outcry?
Doing what? Screaming pro-Palestine that you pretend means hate the Jews? That's what he's talking about, but he's just he's claiming what they're doing is the same as Charlottesville, marching and saying the Jews will not replace us. How ridiculous that is. Clownish. But let's also not forget, who were the people in Charlottesville? Do you remember? Before Loomer got in there and mixed everybody up about pretending it wasn't an Israeli overlap, they were the arm of the Rise Above movement, or the arm of the Azov movement. The Rise Above movement is the group that were marching through Charlottesville. They were an arm of the Azov movement, which is a group that has been funded and created by the U.S. and Israel. How do you not see how clear that is? I know you guys do. You've been watching the show. The bottom line is you can clearly draw back the guys marching through the streets with tiki torches and the group in Azov movement in Ukraine doing the same thing to funding from Israel. And if you can't piece that together by now, you don't want to see it. And the same show I showed you earlier about Zionism versus Nazism, one of the discussions in there is ADL faking Nazi marches. The point is this is nothing new, guys. And so all we're saying is you're highlighting them as a counterbalance to this discussion, and all of it stems back to Israel, the lies around all of this.
I don't think that's an apples to apple type of comparison, because look, I think what's driving a lot of these protests, a lot of them might be uninformed. Like I said, I don't agree with a lot of what's being done, but the images of children that are being killed through war in Palestine, I think, has got people reacting in a certain way. But people are forgetting that this started because of what happened on October 7th.
No.
And people.
And you know what's sad is some of these people just don't know any better. I don't know for sure. She could be lying, but it's just they don't know any better. They're that shockingly uninformed. So is Bill Maher, or he's lying. Sitting there acting like, yeah, there's nothing that happened before October 7th. There wasn't like they were the most deadly year on record for Palestinian children in the West Bank the day before this or the week before. Not, USF and the rest of them highlighted that, or the ongoing repeated acts, Nakbas, displacement, illegal settlements. No, none of that has to do with anything. You telling me they haven't heard the UN chief say this didn't happen in a vacuum? Oh, but I forgot the UN's Hamas, so we'll just ignore the facts. That didn't start on October 7th. That's embarrassing, and you should be embarrassed with yourself. But either way, they're seeing dead children, so they're confused. What do you mean they're seeing dead children, so they're angry about that? That's why they're confused? That's why you seem to be confused. The fact that you're disregarding murdered children on live streams because they say that it's not them doing it, and you blindly go with it. Like, it's just embarrassing that these people, you know what it is? Most of them, some of them are dishonest, but they get caught up in the momentum of it all. They look to who they're told to look to, and the channels that are saying the things that's the opinion. This is my point about how during COVID, for example, people who love to think of themselves as highly educated and in the know. Well, if they're taught that smart people listen to the CDC. So when the CDC says something, they go, that's CDC said. How could you just well, they got lied about a lot of it, guy. But they're so caught up with what their own perception is of themselves that they're a smart person, and smart people do what I'm told smart people do. That's what happens here. These are pundits that come up and get paid to talk, and they go, okay, well, what are the circles saying? Well, that's what I'm supposed to say. And that influences their perception. And, I'm not trying to give everybody a pass, but I'm just showing you how some of this dumbed down conversation is just dumb ignorance. They don't even know any better. And that should still be called out just as harsh.
People are forgetting that there is an administration in the White House right now that is every day trying to figure out a solution to this. And things would be far worse.
Hardly.
Without Anthony Blinken, who's, I think, aged 20 years in the last 8 months, going out there.
How shockingly naive is that statement? I just feel bad for her.
On a daily basis, trying to get a peace agreement, a truce.
But what's going on is very upsetting and very horrifying. And I'm not defending anyone's actions. But what these college kids are doing that we're excusing because they don't know what they're talking about, as if a Yale education isn't better than whatever's happening for these tiki torch IT guys who are in Charlottesville. They know what they're doing and they know what they're saying. And we think it's cute because they don't look threatening because they're like comparative lit majors at Yale.
The entire premise of this conversation is that what they're out there doing is screaming, kill all the Jews. That's how they interpret all of this. Oh, it's okay. They just don't understand. So you understand what they're thinking, even though they don't? Like, how do you even pretend that's logical? So the whole argument is they're saying free Palestine. And that means kill the Jews. We know that, right? The watermelon. Oh, that means they hate the Jews. So you're telling us that they secretly mean that. But then you're coming out and the argument is, well, they don't know any better. So they're accidentally being racist with things. And so the truth is what you just said is that they think they're saying free Palestine, but they just don't understand. But that doesn't even make sense with the larger point, which is that they're all actually racist. You can't just make everything. You can't. This is my point about how Israeli propaganda is just throw everything at the wall. You pick which one you like, whatever works for you. These people are that intellectually dishonest or that stupid. Sorry, I think that's the truth. Man, I don't know what's going on with this thing right now. It's frozen. It'll start.
They have
there you go.
way more power than the people in Charlottesville. These are people who are going to
I think it's just
run
because it's coming from the left. Everything is team sports now. Are you kidding? If the people in Charlottesville who were chanting Jews won't replace us, I mean, that's bad. It's not as bad as death, too. I think that's not deplorable.
Man. Continue to tell me in the chat whether you guys can even see this stuff. For my end, this thing is all over the map. I'm barely being able to hear what they're saying. It seems to be chopping in and out. Who knows why with my 1,000 megabytes per second fiber connection we have here now. Yeah, clearly it's my connection, right? Nope. As usual, something else going on. But I think it's important here is the comparison between the two and the argument that somehow these people just don't know and you know better about what they think. And that at the end of the day, they're saying death. You're highlighting, by the way, is an image that was shared by Israeli propagandists, which certainly could be somebody on that side. But then even if it is, you're then saying, this is what they all think. It's all death to America. Like, this is the kind of lazy journalism we've seen from Bill Maher from around the entire Muslim conversation. They're all bad. I mean, there's a famous clip where Ben Affleck gets like visibly upset with his lazy, broad stroke bigotry. And I mean, it's just, that's what it is. Whatever the topic is, you can't, this game, like I point with Loomer, this broad stroke, it's all of Islam. They're all dangerous, evil, raping pedophiles. You guys are ridiculous cartoons of people. And that's what we're seeing. And so maybe they're just that stupid and they can't see through it, or there's something else going on. But we have to recognize broad stroke is ignorance. It's just not as simple as that in the world, guys. And this is what they're pushing here. Anyone out there fighting for Palestinians, they just don't know any better. And they all hate Jews, whether they know it or not. Real bright. Great journalism, Bill. Now, I'll include this, by the way, which is the tweet from the old account from After Hours Live, which just goes over these important facts about the Azov movement, the Rise Above movement, and how, and according to CIA documents, according to Foreign Policy magazine, documents directly from the United States government that show you the Azov movement was being funded by the United States. Even in 2016, when it was illegal then as well, the CIA trained them, at least in 2015, but I later proved, according to CIA documents, that it went back until at least 1948. Interesting timing, by the way. FBI verified that the Azov movement is neo-Nazi and is immersed with Ukraine's government, and that Charlottesville was their U.S. faction. And this is you can check it out for yourself. It's just impossible to miss the overlap. Now, Tiberius highlights, in response to the Persian Jewess, which is just one of these classic Zionist propaganda accounts, saying, if the Jews are colonizers, which again, they called themselves that in regard to the Zionist, actually, she's the one conflating that, then why are we only 0.2% of the world population, despite being older than Christianity, right? The game is to conflate it with Judaism. And as Tiberius says, and completely out ratios are down here, you should probably look up what colonization is before you make a total effing fool of yourself, not like it's ever stopped you before. Man, okay. Let me know in the chat if you guys are missing anything, or if you can't see, or if you can't hear. From my end, and I won't mention it again, make sure you're saying in the chat, it is, yeah, are you guys able to see this stuff right now? What's going on? Let me know. Because I'm having a real crazy time on how this stuff is glitching out on me. Tiberius then tags her tweet and says, Zionist then, this is the New York Times, and it's just June 20th, 1899. It says, we are colonizers. We will colonize Palestine. Zionist Conference of Zionists. Zionists today, realizing it was bad and wrong, and so they need to pretend otherwise. No, we're not actually colonizers because of those unrelated figures about population or something. Right? It's lazy, and they know better, right? And he's talking about Zionists, and she goes, and the whole argument is, well, if Jews are the thing you're saying, well, we were talking about Zionism. Now, yes, there are people out there making those conflations, and I would say they're just as lost as anybody else, in my opinion. Give it a minute while the page loads, because that's what we're doing today. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is my tweet around the Zionism in general and the growing nature of the awareness of anti-Zionism from Jewish communities. This is 35,000 anti-Zionist Jews gathering in Philadelphia, and this is on the 17th. They says there are hundreds of thousands of anti-Israel and anti-Zionist Jews in the world, but the mainstream media ignores that fact. I know people are very, very strong of their opinions about whether this is fake or whether it's all or nothing. I think it's very obvious. As I've said more than once, it's not the majority. I believe it's getting close to that, quite frankly, but I know that's unpopular. My point is that it's very clearly a massively growing number. Whether that's 1% to 2% or 10 to 20, I don't know. But my point is you can see this changing. So before we start acting like it's all of one thing, which I don't think we should ever be doing, I think that's ignorance, recognize this. I said, this is what I mean when I say that large groups of Jews in the world and Jewish organizations inside and outside of Israel are speaking out about Zionism, and in most cases in support of Palestinian self-determination. I do not think it's a majority, but give it a while more. Make sure we're recognizing that. I think it's important. Now, Lee Mordecai highlights this. He's a assistant professor at Hebrew University. Is that what I believe? That's, yeah, Hebrew U. Wait for that to pop up, I guess. But it says, I'm an Israeli historian. My community is still too silent about the horrible war in Gaza. Over 8 months, there you go, finally pops up. My God, I don't know what is going on, guys. I don't think this is just Twitter. Sorry, I'm going to stop bringing it up because I know it's going to ruin it for the podcast. Jeez. My community is still too silent about the horrible war in Gaza. This is over 8 months. I've closely followed the war, reading 1,000+ articles and viewing. Look at that. If you guys in the show could see that. Something went wrong. I wonder what. Basically saying he's watched a lot of content, read a lot of articles. Here is his summary. All right, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep going. I can't. This is the page isn't even responding. I can't scroll. Look at this stuff. I'm sorry. I might have to cut this short. But then again, that's exactly, if this is some kind of suppression, exactly what they would want, I imagine. There we go. Yeah, I can't do this if it's going to be a 30-second delay on everything I'm touching. Man, I'm telling you guys, this is the future. Future is now. We're at a point where this is going to continue to get worse. I mean, like aggressively worse. Gosh darn it. It's so frustrating. There we go. Details, examples, and many of more footnoted sources are available in the images below. He simply says, for earlier readers, the new version expands the previous version, 35+ pages, a new discussion of involvement of U.S. campus protests, as well as the new evidence in my findings. The conclusions remain similar as follows, sort of jumping ahead. Over the past 8 months, he says, Israel has repeatedly massacred Palestinians in Gaza, resulting in the deaths of over 37,000, 85,000 injuries, and so on, mostly women and children, over 50%. There is ample evidence for Israel's indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks throughout the war. Remember, this is an Israeli Jew at Hebrew University, as well as many examples for massacres and other killings. A long list of international institutions have harshly criticized Israel's conduct of the war. Israel has been causing the death of civilian populations in Gaza. Israel has created famine in Gaza and used it as a weapon of war, resulting in the deaths of dozens of civilians from starvation. Israel created and maintained shortages of water, medicine, electricity. You see where this is going. It's everything we're talking about. And this is from a prominent Israeli Jew speaking out about this from his position of academia. It's dehumanization. Yeah, I can't. It's not even scrolling for me. I get the sense it's going to be like this the whole time, so bear with me, guys. Here is a clip that we'll play, as I'll try to say, we'll give it some time to refresh. And this is just a clip of, I might not play the whole thing, but it's an interesting clip about the origin of all of this. With Zionism, Israel, the overlap, and as Abir simply highlighted, obviously it all started on October 7th, right?
The land without a people for a people without a land?
What was all this area before the First World War? When Britain got the mandate over Palestine, what was Palestine then? What was Palestine? Palestine was then the area between the Mediterranean and the Iraqi border. East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport.
This line is used and has been used to justify the land theft, dispossession and ethnic cleansing by 1,000 cuts, generation after generation. So let's just examine the claim that it was a land without people, shall we? No people need passports. No people need money. No people need railways. No people need stamps or maps. An empty land would have no people who appear in photographs and films, nor ancient graves which mark lives once lived.
Palestine was not empty. It was a land populated by Arabs who had a high level of culture, high level of education.
With farms and markets and towns and villages and roads and commerce and lots of interaction with the rest of the world.
In truth, a state without a country came to a land with a people. But how soon, because of the lie, before their existence is erased before our very eyes?
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict can seem impossible to comprehend. By looking at the year that most changed the lives of Israelis and Palestinians, 1948, it becomes possible to understand the forces that drive this conflict today. For Israelis, 1948 was a year of creation. The terrible injustices Jews had faced throughout the world would finally come to an end with the realization of their long sought-after solution, a Jewish state in Palestine. For Palestinians, 1948 was a catastrophe. That one year saw the destruction of hundreds of Palestinian villages and towns, their inhabitants replaced by outsiders from Europe and Russia, and most Palestinians would never see their home again. In the 1800s, Jews across Europe and Russia suffered persecution in many forms. Racial stereotypes of Jews were rampant. Movements called for boycotting Jewish businesses. In many places, Jews were not allowed to attend universities, were forced to live in certain neighborhoods, and were prevented from entering roles in government. Jews began to look for a way to end their suffering. Some came up with the idea to bring all of the Jewish people out of Europe and settle in a place where they could finally be secure. The place they chose was Palestine. And the movement, formed at the end of the 19th century, became known as Zionism.
Well, what the Jews did in their little circles and societies abroad, which promoted Zionism as it came to be called, is they gathered some money and then they sent off a family or a group of 20 people or whatever to Palestine. They bought little chunks of land and established small settlements.
Europeans had been colonizing land across the globe for centuries. And Zionism would follow in that tradition. But there was a problem that was overlooked by a popular Zionist slogan about Palestine.
A people without land for a land without people. Okay? So they wanted to give the Jews a land because they didn't have land. But the problem is that the land they gave them had people. It was inhabited by Palestinians for thousands of years.
When Zionist settlers began arriving in the 1880s, the Palestinian population already numbered around 450,000 Arabs and 20,000 Jews.
كانوا اليهود موجودين يهود حقيقيين من اليهود اللي غير متطرفين، يعني كانوا مستقيمين وكانوا يعرفوا انه انا الي حق اني اعيش هون مثل ما له هو حق يعيش هون.
لما اجوا هذول تبعين الغرب هن اللي خربوا الدنيا وهجرونا.
In the early years of the movement, Calls for removing Arabs from Palestine were not often made publicly by Zionist leaders. But as larger and larger groups of Jews began arriving in the country, discussions about encouraging the native population to leave by purchasing their land or through other means began to spill into the open. In the 1920s, thousands of Arabs became homeless after Zionists purchased their land out from under them by making deals with wealthy landlords from nearby countries. The rise of Hitler in the 1930s led to a massive increase in Jewish immigration to Palestine. The Arabs watched the arrival of more and more Zionists, saw the growing number of those who had lost their homes, and heard pronouncements by some Zionist leaders that they had plans to one day outnumber the Arabs.
The Arabs revolted. In 36, 39, they revolted against the British and against the Zionist presence.
The leadership of the Zionist movement and the leadership of the Palestinian Arab population. They both have made the same diagnosis of their situation, and this is what they understand: that the establishment of any type of Jewish state in any part of Palestine where there was going to be a Jewish majority necessarily required the large-scale displacement of Palestinian Arabs.
The Jewish community in Palestine had skyrocketed throughout the Zionist movement. But in 1947, it still only represented 1/3 of Palestine's population and owned less than 7% of the land. The United Nations partition plan called for giving 56% of the country to the Jewish state. This proposal shocked the Arab community.
So, based on the fact that this is really, really struggling, I'm thinking I'm going to go through, well, let me go through this next segment and we'll see how this is faring. And I'll have to make some decisions here because this is just impossible. And I mean, if it's doing what it's doing for me on this end, then it's not worth continuing on this side. We'll get to this. And as you know, well, we'll talk about all this one way or another, but I just, find it increasingly interesting how this seems to be very clearly selective. But here is, so first of all, the point ending on the Zionism discussion. I mean, I'm sorry, my mind's out. I'm back here trying to figure out what's going on, but, which I think, quite frankly, I think we all know what's going on. But the Zionist discussion is rooted in dishonesty, right? Whether it's the overlap with the very Nazism concept that was utilized to this very day to justify its existence, even though they were trying to work alongside it and were willing to sacrifice the very thing they claim they were fighting for. It's all the same stuff today. It's exactly what's going on. Right? And we need to recognize how clear that is and how this is only just now bubbling back up, which shows you a dangerous amount of infiltration of power structures to allow that to be so suppressed for 75 years. Now, there's another documentary coming out now. I believe this is Mehdi Hassan's group, Zedio News, highlighting what these both settlers as well as, I believe this is about, I think this was specific. I actually haven't seen the full documentary. This is the 2-minute trailer of it. And I think it was about to come out or it had just come out. If you have seen it and you have the full link, make sure you send it to me. I want to make sure I watch the whole thing. But this was like a trailer put out before it was going to be released. Hold on. Let me look at this real quick. Interesting. So it's just telling me that there's pages that are going to be unresponsive, and I'm trying to decide if I want to end them. Oh, that's the one we're looking at right now. Hold on a second. Oh, never mind. I just lost it. Sorry to distract you guys with that. Now, this is a clip. What I was saying was simply that I'd like to see the full documentary. I think this is a preview of what's coming out. But she says, next time some Zionist blathers that it's all about Israel's right to self-defense, link to this video. A chilling documentary. Hold on one second. See if I can play that. If it comes up again, I'm going to try to close it. But a chilling documentary that Zedo News produced that will leave you aghast. And the point is, what they're saying is all the stuff we're supposed to pretend is not happening. Just on the surface, explicit. They don't deserve to exist. They're not human beings. We are making them suffer. We're torturing them. Directly from the mouths of high-ranking and otherwise in IDF members on the record. Here's what they had to say. about. And now contrast this with what Israel says is happening, what the United States government says is happening, and recognize they're all lying to you.
Education now in Gaza. I think the education in Gaza was something you need to preserve. People find it's humiliating, you know. Maybe humiliating. I don't. Home, as I told you before, I don't see any problem with humiliating the Palestinians. There is nothing to humiliate them.
ברור שיש תחושת עליונות. ביום-יום אני הולך עם תחושת עליונות אל מול עזה.
There's a feeling of superiority. The day-to-day I walk with feelings of superiority over Gaza. Who wouldn't feel superior to them, he says. Think about that. That's a supremacist mindset,
guy. Started, Israeli soldiers on the front line have been broadcasting the devastation and their dehumanization of Palestinians on social media.
Actually, when I filmed it, my commander was very. They want me to do it.
There's videos where they've shown that they've tortured captives.
They didn't torture captives. You are lying. You are lying, and you are lying. They are not torture captives. They are going.
This is a video where Israeli French soldier put a video out.
Investigated.
Extremists who were once considered fringe are becoming more mainstream, emboldened by the rhetoric they hear.
Are you not concerned, Rafa, that by blocking the aid going to Gaza, a lot of Palestinians who are already suffering are starving?
It's a wrong question, okay? Because the aid gets to Hamas.
See?
The issue for Israel now goes well beyond the occupation.
כמה אני חושב שצריכים להרג עד שלא יהיה חמאס. אם צריך להרוג מיליון.
Kill a million. Kill a million.
It will always be the response of the West. We are exaggerating, but we are working. If we have genocide, let's all. That's enough.
Wow. Just unreal. He says, I don't think there should be a life in Gaza on the day after. A life. Kill all of them is the point. This is not unique. That's the sad reality. It's just not. And that's not everyone either. That's important to understand. But it is definitely a strong and alarming majority of people that want that to happen because they've been raised on the propaganda. Now here, sadly, is an example of what's happening that they're disregarding. Asal Rod highlights this. You don't have to know Arabic to understand the agony of his cry. Another Palestinian child whose mother was just killed by indiscriminate bombing. Excuse me. Which is, by the way, happening in the place where they're supposedly supposed to be pausing. Every day. Every single day. And they don't care. They want them to be gone. Now here in the United States are some of the same Zionist people, whether Christian or Jewish, who are screaming, I'm going to rape you. I'm going to rape your mother. And he says, I think one of them says, oh, you stupid Mexican. I think one of them, you can list for yourself. These are the people, and it says this group of young Zionists kept trying to antagonize Palestinian protesters throughout the protest and making sexual racist remarks toward anyone in their vicinity. NYPD has been allowing this group of kids to run around and target people with the NYPD involvement. No, they should be allowed to. It's free speech. Except the problem is the same NYPD will suppress you for saying free Palestine. But, free speech though, right? The point is free speech would protect these kind of disgusting, inhuman people, but that's the point of free speech. But realize that this is not a unique thing. The same group was targeting this person for their race and attempted to provoke them along with some old man, it says. Here's what they were saying. There was. The point is that if you're a Zionist and you're holding an Israeli flag and you're effing Mexican. So I mean, what you need to see in that is just racism. These are just people that are superior in their mind to anybody that's not in the, I think, whether it's a Zionist or a Jewish person or a white person or whatever their mindset is. It's exactly what all of the people profess to be fighting in the world, while they align with that and attack anybody fighting with the group that they're suppressing. It's inversion of reality. It looks like it's been picked back up again, thank God. So let's get through this. Here, an Israeli D9 operator, that's one of those militarized like bulldozers. He says, we ran over hundreds of terrorists, dead or alive. And I agree completely with this. And this is the anti-Zionist account from Israel, BM, saying, as we already know, when Israeli soldiers in Gaza say terrorists, they just mean Palestinians. Now, what's interesting is this is actually a tweet about a companion of a soldier who's just recently committed suicide, which seems to be a growing issue there of people that are recognizing they're committing genocide or that they murdered children and they can't deal with that. Because not everybody who was there or even part of the IDF, or they do what they're ordered to, but just like what our government orders our people to do, and they come back and they've got all sorts of mental problems because they're doing things that are terrible, things that human beings shouldn't be doing. And these people are taking their own lives because they can't live with what they've done. And there's Haaretz and Israeli media articles about this. Point is, this person speaks up after his friend committed suicide, admits the Israeli occupation faces strong resistance in Gaza and mental illness upon return. And the point is, you can see in this, it's in Hebrew, but he says, we ran over hundreds of terrorists, dead or alive. You can prove that what they're talking about is just Palestinians. And even if you're talking about a Hamas member, you understand, that's still a crime. You're still using a bulldozer to run over a living person who's clearly not just waiting for it to happen. So that would be a POW, and they murder them. Because that's what's happening, guys. It's the easiest thing in the world to show. Just rampant lawlessness, rampant war crimes. Kim Iverson highlights this, and this is pretty disgusting, like all of it is. This is a Palestinian family with Israeli citizenship, which makes the point we've been making forever about the fact that you are not allowed to exist in this location unless you're a Zionist. You can be an Orthodox Jew who hates Zionism and they'll beat you up in the streets. You can be a Jewish Ethiopian and you'll be treated as a second-class citizen, as even Haaretz has covered, and they'll speak out about it. In this case, you're an Arab Palestinian family with Israeli citizenship. And we're told every day by the Zionists online, there's not an apartheid state. They have equal rights and everything's wonderful in rainbows, but it's not. Not in Gaza, not in West Bank, definitely not in Israel either. And as she said, a Palestinian family with Israeli citizenship, or as this puts in quotes, is Arab Israelis, got onto an accident resulting in the mother, father, and their 2-month-old baby dying. All of them died after getting an accident, leaving behind 3 children. In any normal country, this would have been considered a tragedy. But here's how Israelis responded. The caption says, 3 Israelis were killed in a car accident in Sinai, and most of the top replies were, they're not Israelis. Too bad it was only 3 and not 5. They're terrorists. Israel's the state of the Jews. Stop with this clickbait. They're Arabs, not Jews. It's unreal. This is being allowed, promoted, openly praised on Twitter. And they're endless. They're definitely not Israelis, it says. But these people told us different story, it says. 3 terrorists, you say. These are Israelis with Israeli citizenship. But because it's clearly not about Israeli, it's about Zionist Jewish supremacy. It's what it is. That's what Gideon Levy would call it. That's what B'Tselem says in their human rights discussion about what this is, a Jewish supremacy state from the river to the sea, apartheid state. There's a problem with that. And watch the Telegram. It's just disgusting. It'll make your stomach turn. Because this family got in an accident and died and were born in the wrong place. That's the kind of hatred they have for something you can't choose. That is the epitome the definition of racism. Now, here's what Israel posted on the 16th while it's murdering children. Wishing, and I forgot to look this up actually, correct me in the chat if it's Eid al-Adha Mubarak. It's a holiday to all of our Muslim and Druze friends celebrating in Israel and around the world. To me, this is meant to be an insult. And, to some degree also just kind of keeping up appearances for people that don't recognize what Israel really is and their government. But to say this, while you're expressly making it clear that, especially what we just showed you in their society, that they're not welcome here, right? That we're not friends. You are not part of our society. You're lesser than, especially if you're Palestinian. While they're literally, as they're posting this, bombing and killing many of those Muslim and Druze friends in Gaza. And I simply posted, or this person posted this, while people are trying to celebrate this, here are the kids in Gaza. Totally not going through a famine. Starving. Here's what I posted. No one believes you. The next day, in fact, I believe this happened the day they posted this, Israel's bloodshed of children doesn't stop, whether during holidays or not, because this took place during this holiday. Footage from a massacre carried out by Israeli army this morning in central Gaza. A father crying over his dead children. But don't worry, Israel said, have a great holiday, our friends, and then murdered his children, the people they were talking about. To me, that is meant to be a slight. You're doing this to stand up and ask for praise for being the thing that you're not. Worse than terrorism. Sarah Wilkinson highlights this. On the third day of this holiday, the Israelis murdered 10 Palestinian people and severely wounded others from the Al-Rai family in Nusrat. More bombing in Nusrat. Unreal that this continues. This video is a little graphic, so bear in mind.
استهداف على مخيم من السيارات وبالتحديد مخيم واحد لمنزل يعود لعائلة الراعي في ثالث أيام عيد الأضحى المبارك ونتج عن ذلك الاستهداف عدد كبير من الشهداء.
Civilian locations just completely destroyed. They're pulling bodies out of rubble in civilian buildings. There's no evidence of Hamas locations. Now, of course, when they swing back around and dump some shell in some built-out room and say, Steve, there's your proof. That's all we need. That used to be a human being you just saw pass by the video. Dead body parts of people strewn about. Assault Rod highlights, just on the same conversation as Anthony Blinken does the same thing. On this holiday, we recommit to our efforts to help build a more peaceful future in which all can enjoy freedom and prosperity. Like, it just makes my skin crawl that people like this are making these kind of statements, which they've never or ever been aiming for. That what you're doing in your guise of building a peaceful future is saying, here's how we all have to live, and if you don't, we'll bomb you. There's your peaceful future. Do exactly what we say all the time, and if you don't, you're a terrorist. What if these people don't want your supposed peace and prosperity? What if they want to live the way they want to live? Just because you frame that as bad guy does not mean you have the right to just destroy societies for the interest of your stock shares, your pocketbook. They're literally saying we're fighting for you while arming and doing it themselves, arming the group that is killing these people, doing it themselves well. And he says, this is what you've been arming and funding for months. Israeli soldier films himself blowing up a mosque. This is what we're dealing with while they're claiming they're supporting these people. Rami Abdul from Geromed Human Rights Group highlights that horror as an entire Palestinian families are being wiped out. This is by mir.co.uk. Palestinians will remember entire families that have disappeared from their lives. Quote, it is like whole villages and hamlets have been wiped out. It was also covered by AP News. Kenneth Roth, to a degree never before seen, Israel's killing entire Palestinian families. There are, quote, at least 60 Palestinian families where at least 25 people have been killed, sometimes 4 generations from the same bloodline, in bombings between October and December. I'm willing to bet you that this is more targeted than you realize, trying to wipe out specific lines that tie back to UNRWA, right of return. That's been a focal point of this entire time. The legal right of their return to areas that Israel has never given back. Either way, it's genocide. Adam highlights this, which really does kind of make me sick. You could do an entire 24-hour show based on just the kind of content that people like Yunus Tarawi has been highlighting, that they're posting their own crimes. Here is a bunch of Israeli soldiers holding a whole bunch of Palestinian canes. And Adam makes the right point here. Can't stop thinking about the disabled civilians who likely were murdered to make this picture possible. But let's even take it a step back. How about that they stole the canes from disabled elderly people or people that you blew limbs off of, taking their cane. I mean, how does that in any way make sense? Even if it's just the canes they found, they're still stealing from people that they're displacing. But quite frankly, I think we know what's going on here. It's like giving that old man some water and shooting him in the back. That's the people we're talking about here. Censored Man highlights a pretty disgusting reality that they're hiding from you. And as I said, as Sam Husseini highlighted at the beginning, the reason they lied about 40 beheaded babies is because they planned to kill a lot of babies, or paraphrasing many ways he's made that point. Censored Man highlights, and again, this is not the first time we've seen a child with its head blown off. So whether you want to call it beheaded or the terminology, we're talking about children who you're finding with heads blown off or pieces blown off of them. I'm sorry to be so graphic. That's what we're talking about. Israel beheaded multiple babies today. He writes, this is yesterday. Unfortunately, these very real beheaded Palestinian babies won't make headlines like the fake 40 beheaded baby narrative. Think about why that is. All these images you can look up, guys. These are children's bodies that they're finding, whether because of bombings or because of something much more dark. But no one's going to talk about that. In regard to the West Bank, just from February, not even from this has been ongoing, just to highlight that there's been things that have been going on in the West Bank for a long time before this, and it's not even Gaza we're talking about. Suppressed News highlights a report coming from the UN about Israel dumping nuclear waste in West Bank, poisoning Palestinians in many, many ways, by the way. A recent UN Human Rights Council report titled Israel's Lethal Disposal of Nuclear Waste, February. You know, from the nuclear program, they really totally don't have, though. The bottom line is that this is an ongoing game of doing whatever the hell you want as long as it's against Palestinians. And the world has allowed this for far too long. Here's another example you might have seen circulating. Now, this has been reposted. It's been coming back up because I think it was a pretty prominent account. I forget which one posted this. And there was no date or concept on it, so people were sharing it as if it just happened. But here's Mint Press News highlighting this back from October 9th. 2 days after October 7th, which makes much more sense. Well, it's just as likely, to be quite honest. This is a Palestinian boy who was set on fire, who is, thank God, still alive. Others are not, which we'll talk about. Set on fire. And this is him being rushed to the hospital. Shoot, something just happened here. Dang it. Hold on, guys. Now, this is StreamYard. I mean, it might have been them the whole time. I don't know what's happening here. I just got to refresh all this and re-add the videos. Let's see what happens. You'll never know the frustration of how this continues. Just so much I don't even bring up, and I bring it up all the time. Where are we? Bear with me here while I bring this back up. Pretty sure that's where we were. That one's the Zionist video. See, and this is the problem too, is then you just get derailed, which I don't care about. It's just about the information for me, but you know, this is affecting the show. Exactly the point, guys. Okay. I think I know what happened here. So let me just go. I'm just going to play this one since we have it up on the window on the screen. Since it's in Hebrew anyway, you can't hear what he's saying. Let me just bring up a couple of these videos real quick. That way you don't have to stop in a minute. Okay. Bring us back here, which wasn't what I was going to originally do, but let's play it here. So all you're going to, just so you can see it, this kid is whimpering in the background. You can see him crying with burns on his body. He clearly set on fire with his clothes on. This is the West Bank. It's West Bank. It's just sad. Make sure you watch it. You can hear him whimpering. He's trying to. The bottom line is this is nothing new. I know. And then, of course, the account that actually shared this that they were tying back to has been suspended. Surprise, surprise. Can't show the truth. Not on Twitter these days, right? Here, Sarah Wilkinson sharing it as of a couple days ago because it was recirculating, just highlighting it happened. Here is what this person, who is his own name's the Jew. And it says, please show us the video of the Israelis setting the boy on fire. And don't cut out what he was doing before. Because there's clearly a justifiable reason in some cases to set children on fire, right? Because he was throwing a stone or something, right? I mean, what in your mind would justify setting a child on fire? Make sure you don't hide what he was doing beforehand. You not realize the mindset of these people? These are sociopaths. If you're talking like that, you're a lunatic. And for all I know, it could be a fake account and they're just driving this kind of stuff. I don't know. But the point is, this is a real story, guys, and it's not even new. Here's an older one from 2014. Israeli settlers kidnapped the child. Its name was Muhammad Abu Kudar from his house in Jerusalem, took him to the forest, and after they tortured him severely, they poured gasoline on his head, forced him to drink it, and burned him alive. Obviously, this did not start on October 7th.
My name is Hussein Abu Khidayr from Jerusalem. I'm Muhammad Abu Khidayr's father. Muhammad was kidnapped by 3 neo-Nazi settlers in 2014 while he was heading to morning prayers. They put him in a car and tortured him on the way to Deir Yassin forest. When they reached the forest, the 3 men tied up Muhammad and poured petrol in his mouth while he was alive and set him on fire. Our biggest struggles after that happened in the courts. We attended 38 hearings, and each one of them lasted at least 8 hours.
See, it's not a fake
It felt
story.
like we had lost 20 years of our lives. We believe there is justice above, and if we cannot find justice on earth, we will look above, because there are martyrs, angels, and Allah. Muhammad had a good sense of humor. 2 months before his death, I asked his teacher how he was getting on at school. He told me Muhammad was an artist and comedian. It's a shame that he was studying to be an electrical technician, because when I was sad, he always made me smile and feel good. Muhammad will not come back. He was a special child, and he will never return.
The point is, this is a documented story. The people just, especially these days, even just in our own two-party illusion dynamic, love to just go fake news because it's the thing we're not supposed to say, or it challenges my party side. Just lazy, childish division tactics. The point is, this is very real. And this is a story years after the fact. 2018, parents of Palestinian teen burned alive by Israeli settlers sues killers for damages. It's been ongoing. It's a very real story. Not even a news story, which is disgustingly sad. Here is another one. So this is actually in 2018. This is one this has been famously discussed. You know why? Because settlers are on video taunting the family. Their infant child was killed, and the settlers who were involved are taunting them as they go in to go through one of these processes. That's the kind of people we're dealing with. Here's Times of Israel. Jewish extremists taunt allies on the grill as slain toddlers' relatives. Times of Israel. 24 far-right protesters shout outside the courtroom in support of Duma terror attack perpetrators that actually happened. They know it. It's publicized. They're in the courtroom, and they're going, yeah, your baby was murdered, and laughing and pointing and jeering them. These are the same settlers right now that are raping and pillaging and murdering all over this area because your governments allow it. They arm them. Disgusting. Here's the baby we're talking about, by the way. Burned alive. Here's the video of them taunting this family as they go in to try to find justice in a system that's not designed to have justice for Palestinians. There's this one. The truth. Hey guys, the whole point about this is that these are this is that there's actually the image right there that's been cropped and made, like right there. That guy over his shoulder, you can barely see it, probably it's small. He's the one that's been on his face in his video where he's doing that, he's on the grill because they burned him alive. This is what we're dealing with. This is what your governments are working with. It says American-funded Jewish settler squatter in illegally occupied Palestine burns an 18-month-old alive. This is long before October 7th. Israel supporters and Jewish AIPAC Israel-owned U.S. Congress continue the myth of Jews are victims. Now, I argue we're talking about Zionists here, but the Jewish overlap is obvious and clear. 700,000 settlers are war criminals, according to the UN and Israel's human shields. Hard to disagree. Prem Thacker from The Intercept highlights what our own people are saying that you're not going to hear from the corporate media because, they're completely objective, right? U.S. Army soldiers on Gaza. It says they're experiencing tangible mental health consequences as a result of watching a genocide in real time while simultaneously wearing a uniform that represents it. They said. It's their opinion. Think about this, guys. We're talking about this is the game they play where you're somehow mistaken or you don't understand. The people that are being used by these governments to enact this genocide are in many cases the ones going, I can't live with this. It says, consequently, they plan to exit when their contract is up next year and also stay away from any Department of Defense-related work. American soldiers. It says, quote, I would do 20 years if our country didn't use the armed forces to commit war crimes and violate international law at every step. It feels like every conflict we participate in or facilitate is effing sinister and evil. You know why? Because it is. And it doesn't have to be that way. That's not what Americans are. That is what our government has become, largely because of infiltration and what's the other word I'm looking for? Not actual on the infiltration, but influence. Because of infiltration and influence from outside entities, both Israel and other governments. They've allowed themselves to become everything that they pretend they're not. And maybe they always have. You can decide for yourself. But here is coverage from the article. A 16-year-old Air Force airman is resigning amid U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. Now, I'm not going to play this because of how much time we took there. I want to make sure we get to a lot more of this today. But here's another documentary. I'm going to play a little bit of it. It says, don't watch this video alone. It's too horrific, too inhumane to endure alone. The brutality and savagery of Israel's crimes against Palestinians will be studied as one of the most heinous war crimes perpetrated in human history. I was saying this the first week because it was clear. The Gaza You Haven't Seen by Samir Attar.
The film you're about to watch is a compilation of video diaries I recorded on a volunteer medical mission into Gaza. What I saw there was worse than any war zone I've ever been to. I can't be clear enough. The video is hard to watch. The footage is very graphic. But there are times when the world needs to see the horrors of war. I believe this is one of those times. There's a young girl named Amira that you'll get to meet. She has gruesome injuries. Amira should be on everyone's mind every day that this war continues. End of day 11. It's been another really long day. First thing on the agenda was trying to get some patients transferred out of Gaza. There's the 15-year-old kid that was paralyzed. He was hit by a tank shell when he was playing soccer. There's one girl, Jenna. She's really malnourished. Their families are asking us if they can be transferred. One of them just burst into tears, sobbing, and I didn't know what to do because we can't take all of them. There was an airstrike. One of our paramedics was killed, and two of them were critically injured.
Now, there's a lot of you that, and rightly so, have a right to your own opinion, who argue that this is, maybe we're over focusing on this topic and so on. I hope by now you can see why this is so important. Whether or not a lot of people are talking about it, like the idea to see how real and important this is. How many doctors like Dr. Maynard and plenty of others who have come back who aren't Palestinian, who are from different, from other parts of the world, go there and literally personally see executions, who watch them take dead bodies and steal their organs. I mean, crazy stuff. Prove that there's no Hamas presence in any of the locations that they claim they're finding them in. Got people like this who are there. This is your personally documented evidence that their own medics were killed, that children were getting bombed while playing sports that have nothing to do with, and this is overwhelmingly clear. My hope is that by enough of us highlighting this, that because what's historically happened? Even when there are UN entities and different human rights groups that you can look back have made these claims before, that have called out Israel's war crimes going back decades. But then the political pressure from Zionism and their political games get powerful enough to stop it from changing. Right now, we have a window. And every moment that I feel I'm not highlighting this, I feel is another opportunity for this to continue. Not just the moment we're in now, but indefinitely, for more Gaza genocides, for more genocides of Rwanda, more genocides of Bosnia, more genocides of Americans, because of this incredibly obvious sociopathic, borderline psychopathic entity that is willing to do anything, nothing being sacred, to achieve what it's trying to achieve. And half the time, I don't even know if they know what they want to achieve. That is wildly terrifying. And I think it's important that we recognize how important this is, to continue moment by moment to make sure people, one more person, sees the truth, that they are murdering people, that the U.S. government knows they're doing that and is still siding with them. It changes the reality of what you think your own government is. And that's also wildly important for where we go next. So just want to make that point because I think it's lost on some people. And I could definitely still be wrong. So I'm interested in whether you think that, and I will listen to you, but I will ultimately make my own choice about whether we continue to cover what I think is important. And I believe that's why people come to this platform. And I'm not guided by the two-party politics or what people said that day or what the current Twitter is. Half the time I even avoid, don't even get into most of the ridiculous culture talking points and flubs and different statements that you'll see on almost every independent platform. What Biden did that day, because it's funny and it gets you people engaged. And so I know it's fun, but sometimes I think it takes away from the harder point. And I know it can be difficult to watch some of this stuff, but I think it's important. If we're actually going to be the adults in the room and make sure we're recognizing the reality of this and not just make it a fun show, like really understand what we're doing here, I think this is monumentally important. And I think that's why you guys come here.
It's just a shock when you're in the emergency room bay. They bring in someone who you know. His heart stopped, so we had to do chest compressions. We had to intubate him. And it was just really hard for the staff. They don't have time to really even grieve, because if they stop, the work doesn't get done, people die.
It's apocalyptic.
My name is Sam Attar, and I'm a surgeon from Chicago. In my spare time, I volunteer in war zones, and now I'm part of the first convoy of 4 international doctors to be embedded into northern Gaza.
This moment, northern Gaza, there is 0 international presence.
We're completely cut off from the world. The mission is supposed to be 2 weeks long, but we bring enough food for a month in case we get stranded.
That just happened now.
As we wait at this Israeli checkpoint, a bomb goes off nearby.
During the checkpoint, we're not supposed to get out of the car. We are checked by snipers, so always the hands...
We're just one ambulance, driving into the apocalypse. But I feel obligated to be here.
And welcome to Gaza.
Here we are.
I'm going to show you what a collapsed healthcare system actually looks like. Even if you follow the news, the images you see are a sanitized perspective of a war zone. So this time I decided to film my journey. Day 1, so it's day 2, the end of day 4, end of day 6, beginning of day 7. When I'm not operating, I record video diaries. I did not get that much sleep last night, other mass casualty events, back-to-back cardiac arrests, cut off the electricity to conserve fuel. And I interview doctors and patients.
What was this? There was a message you would like to tell the world.
One message you could share.
If you wanted to give a message to the world, what would it be?
We try to plant our futures in this place, but now there is no future. Help us. Help us.
Please, ceasefire. Please, stop this massacre.
There are only a few hospitals that are actually working in Gaza. We're stepping over dead bodies. There's no morphine or fentanyl. We put in a couple chest tubes without anesthesia. The mechanics jerry-rig equipment for surgeons to use to try to salvage limbs. There are always flies buzzing. Sterility here is more of a suggestion. There's not enough blood in the blood bank for everyone. We only have enough to maybe save 5 to 10 emergency patients. It's like we're operating in the 19th century. The World Health Organization has documented 450 attacks on the healthcare system since October 7. It's so difficult. And I believe the world has a responsibility to see it too. Patients like Amira are not emergencies, so we end up prioritizing others. Problem is that the longer we wait, the less likely it will be that we can save their limbs. That's why triage is so difficult. Saving one life means someone else dies or gets permanently disabled. This is Omar. He waited so long for surgery that his wounds became infected and now have maggots growing in them. There's no choice left but to amputate. Fortunately, we can squeeze Amira in for surgery. We have to decide whether to amputate her legs, and her mom begs us to try and save them. Today, we don't amputate, but to save her legs, she's going to need additional surgeries. And I worry that when the time comes, the hospital will be too overwhelmed to help her. They're medical ones. It needs to be easier to get injured civilians out of Gaza. An estimated 14,000 patients need to be evacuated, but only a trickle are allowed out. Our convoy can't get approval to bring a single one. Third, medical infrastructure needs to be protected. These aren't political issues. They're medical ones. They should be indisputable. It's the end of day 13. It's kind of mixed emotions because we're happy to be going home, but also sad to be leaving. Jenna, the 7-year-old, her mom, came to me saying, I thought we were coming with you. Like, what's happening? Why are you going and we're staying? We feel a little guilty, almost a little ashamed. I stopped by the ICU. Khalid is one of the paramedics that was injured. Khalid lost his wife and 3 of his children, and he still continued to work as a paramedic. His prognosis isn't that great. Next to him is Nabil. He was the kind man that was always offering me coffee and tea from his ambulance. He's stable. He actually had the breathing tube removed this morning. All of his friends were there surrounding his bed. When you're around people like this, it's like a brotherhood. It's very inspiring how people can maintain their spirits.
And these are all the people they're saying it's okay to humiliate them, that they're not worth anything, that they shouldn't exist, right? That they're all Hamas. It's very easy to dehumanize something that you don't get to see, right? Especially when you have a very politically powerful entity that can influence damn near every government on the planet and all the media around it and just scream their narrative. Somehow they've lost control of that, but still, this is why this is happening. It's heartbreaking. Now, if you remember this tweet that Israel put out, Community Notes commentary caught one of the community notes that was put on it before they deleted the tweet, which is probably why they deleted it. Remember, they put this out. They not only put it out, they paid for it to be an ad. It says, we need to talk about the elephant in the room. Many Gazan civilians participated in the horrific events of October 7th. Don't forget, not a single, no one has proven that. Canada, the United States, plenty of international entities have said that's not true. You've never presented any evidence. They still keep saying it, like the rape allegations, like 40 beheaded babies, and every other part of this. It says it also reported that Gazan civilians held Israeli hostage captive in their homes, which, by the way, still stems back to the Nusrat massacre, but I've yet to see any evidence proving any of this. It says that it certainly could be. Even Robert made that case that there's plenty of examples of people not even associated with the groups that went in during October 7th. So there's plenty of possibility there. But as a journalist, we need evidence. Not just even proof, but even evidence would be something to talk about. But nope, all you get is their narrative. The world must condemn this in the strongest terms. Then in quotes, big, bold quotes, it says, there are no innocent civilians there. None. Not that child that was born yesterday. None. Pretty simple. That's what Israel thinks. Then they deleted it because, oops, can't say that out loud. Here is a question from the Intercept writer, Prem Thacker, who's asking Matt Miller about, there's about 4 clips we're going to play. I'm not going to get to them all today, but the point is about any number of things Israel's done, and it's always like, oh, we'll ask them. I don't know. We're looking into it. We're touching, we've raised the issue. 9 months. That's how it's been going. Think about how embarrassing that must be for him right now, is knowing that even the people that used to be completely going along to get along are now going, but man, what about that murder that just happened? What about the snipers that just killed 7 children? What about the ambulance they blew up? Well, we're looking into it. We're pressing the issue. We'll ask questions. Ask Israel. Don't ask me. That's what they're doing. That's Matt Miller for you.
First on administrative detention. So you've discussed how civilians shouldn't be held as leverage with regards to, of course, the Israeli hostages. Israel has held thousands of Palestinians in administrative detention for months with no trial or charge. Our colleagues at CNN and the New York Times, of course, recently reported on a prison camp where thousands were rounded up and allegedly abused, tied up, assaulted, stripped. They're kept away from legal support and the Red Cross. And of course, Israel has said they're moving away from that specific camp. But what's being done to ensure this kind of thing doesn't happen again? What consequences are there? And then what about this larger issue of detention where thousands of Palestinians are just rounded up with apparent no legal or judicial accountability?
So we have made clear to the government of Israel on a number of occasions that they need to respect the human rights of Palestinians.
I love it. I don't even know how to respond to this anymore. Notice how we've made clear. They all do the same thing now. Well, we've made it clear that, I guess it's only clear to you. Seeing as how it's 9 months and they haven't, every time you've raised the issue, they do it the same day. Right? So they're not listening, Matt, but they know that, right? He doesn't care. But what's crazy about it is your response is still the same. That, well, we've told them human rights and stuff and law, that they're supposed to follow it. Oh, cool. Good job, Matt. Well, what'd they do? Right after that, while you're saying this, they just killed some children. They just bombed refugee camps. And you ask them tomorrow? Well, we've been clear that that's not okay. Okay, what does this even mean anymore? If they just keep doing it, what does that answer have what does it mean? It means that you don't care that they keep ignoring you, or you're not even bringing it up. Probably the latter, to be honest. But this is where we are, because what else are they going to do? If you start saying they're doing it, well, you're gonna. I don't even know what you'll lose or what they're using to coerce you into doing this, or maybe you don't care, or maybe you're all Zionists. I don't know. But at the end of the day, there's nothing else they can do because they're lost. They're caught. The world sees it. So they're gonna just keep going. We told them. We said no. We said bad thing. We said you're not allowed to do those things, and they kept doing it. At some point, historically, or even just judicially, in a court of law, you're going to be able to prove, as Matt was lying to you here, you can see them behind the scenes still funding, allowing, being involved in the decision-making process in Israel. So there's no game you can play where it's not legally provable that you were involved in every step of the way. And then Matt goes, we raised the issue, but guess what? U.S. entities on the ground were involved with the issue you raised. So you're lying. But everybody seems to know that now, but we just keep going through this painful cycle.
In both Gaza and in the West Bank, and that whenever anyone is detained, there needs to be full due process for those individuals, and they need to be treated in strict compliance with international humanitarian law. Which
they've never done, not once, and still won't. And literally speak out about how they're not even allowed that. They're terrorists. They don't get that, even though we're talking Palestinians. So you can see how meaningless that answer is.
Okay, so will there be any sort of material response to this specific camp beyond just, of course, this one's shutting down? But
I can't speak to this specific one. Ultimately, our expectation is that they ought to give people due process.
Oh, they ought to give them due process, right? Not that they're legally required to. No. They ought to. Well done, Matt. You know why he probably said that? Because even claiming that they're legally bound to do so puts you in a sticky situation with Israel, because they don't think that. So think about how dumb that is. They ought to do it. What are you, I mean, I used to love doing this, but it actually just gets me frustrated these days to like watch one of these whole things and just break down every stupid thing they say, but really recognize how especially ridiculous that is. They ought to give them human rights. It's not a choice, man. They're violating the law if they don't honor their God-given human, or whatever, however you want to look at it. They're internationally established humanitarian rights. No, they ought to, which means that they're not, basically. That's language for you. Or at least that they don't sometimes, and they're supposed to, though. We told them to. It's like, just how embarrassing.
They ought to treat them they ought to treat them with full respect for their human rights and with in full accordance with international humanitarian law.
Yeah, they ought to.
On your mention of the West Bank, Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, reported recently on Israeli snipers killing 7 innocent bystanders in the Jenin refugee camp, which is, of course, to say not Gaza. The dead included 2 teenagers and reportedly the director of the government hospital surgical ward. So these are soldiers putting 7 people into their lens, sniping them. They have the moment to see who these people are.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the West Bank. What's the explanation for this?
So I can't give you an explanation. You should ask the government of Israel for an explanation. I would say that.
Oh, but there ought to give them rights, though, right, Matt? Didn't you just say there ought to give them human rights? Well, you just established a very clear example of them not ought to give them human rights, except the opposite. Murdering people in cold blood that you can see plainly are not who you're saying they are. Well, ask Israel. I don't know. Okay, the bottom line is you're arming these people. And the whole game is whether stopping aid or committing human rights violations, it's supposed to invalidate that process, and they don't care. So this act he puts on about, what do you mean? What are you asking me for? I don't know. Ask Israel. At one point, it becomes that it's not the case. Next, it becomes ask them. It's not my responsibility, but it is, though. The whole point of this dynamic is that you're on the hook for what's happening because you've convinced everybody they're not breaking the law. You keep saying explicitly they have no evidence of any war crimes, which then justifies the continued arming. So you've painted a picture where you're legally responsible to justify these things. Otherwise, you should stop funding them, arming them. But that's the game they play because they're dishonest. And just understand, Matt knows he's being dishonest right now.
In any kind of incident like that, what ought to happen is that there ought to be an investigation.
Ought to? Where'd this come from all of a sudden? What century are you from?
Israel ought to conduct an investigation. If it's IDF soldiers, the IDF ought to conduct the investigation. If it's INP, it ought to be the INP that conducts an investigation. If there is
an investigation, what are we talking about here? So they're murdering people, as we can all see. It's not one isolated incident, and they're going to conduct an investigation. I wonder how that's going to work out. The government that's authorizing this, the government that's ordering them to do so, the government that's expressed they should kill everyone, they're going to investigate that he killed everyone and go, what? Violation? Well, you told him so, right, Matt?
If they find wrongdoing, there ought to be full accountability and full transparency.
Has the U.S. communicated with Israel on this issue at all?
I'd have to check to see if we've raised a specific incident, but that is our broad expectation when it comes to any of these types of incidents.
And recognize that they are aware of what's happening. That's been made clear 1,000 different ways. There are people on the ground. There are people in the leadership that are alongside these people. 3-star generals, according to Axios, going back months. And they're acting like, well, we're not in the loop. They know what's happening. This is political sidestepping.
And then just one quick question on Ukraine. When exactly was the ban on arms transfers to the Azov Brigade lifted?
I'll have to come back and get you that. I know we've spoken to it before, but I don't have it at my fingertips.
Yeah, but it has been, though, is the point. He's just getting on the record that they have lifted the ban on arming neo-Nazis. The largest and most provable example of them in the world, who, by the way, has still all this time been armed and funded by Israel and the United States. This is all just a game of politics. But yeah, this is what they do. Here is a clip from the United Nations Human Rights Council, and this is we already did a show about this just recently too. In fact, this is the one where I discussed the TLAV lawfare going over the lawsuits against us, but also the conversation of damning UN reports destroy the Israeli narrative. And then the show after this, we went even further on one of them. Important to watch though. But here's just them discussing this in relation to Israel's military operation in Gaza. We conclude that the authorities from Israel are responsible for war crimes. Extermination, murder, starvation, forcible transfer. Of course, but UN is Hamas, so fake news, right?
In relation to Israel's military operations and attacks in Gaza from 7th October, we conclude that Israeli authorities are responsible for war crimes crimes against humanity, and violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, including extermination, intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects, murder or willful killing, using starvation as a method of war, forcible transfer, gender persecution targeting Palestinian men and boys, sexual and gender-based violence amounting to torture, and cruel or inhuman treatment.
Same thing we've already talked about. And this is not a double-sided game here where they're going, both of them. No, Israel has done these things. And realize they have been investigating all of it. They've investigated the claims of Israel. And this is what they're telling you. But of course, they're all apparently Hamas members, so ignore it all. Muhammad Shihada highlights this game about the pause we talked about earlier. And all this really shows you, and I'm going to quickly go through this for time because I want to make sure I hate the fact that in the title is the thing we end up talking about after 4 hours because some people don't like that. I understand why, because they want to get to the point of the title and it's not there in the beginning. But my point in saying that is I just want to get to that and make sure we take time on that. But this is just important to understand that Blinken talked to Netanyahu before this. And this is the same thing we were telling you, this illusion about pausing a shipment. It was all meant to look like they were genuinely making sure, right? We don't know. We want to make sure they're not violating the law. So we're pausing. You didn't do anything but pretend to pause one shipment. Meanwhile, other shipments went around it. So it was a complete ridiculous illusion. And that's how stupid they think we are. Blinken promised Netanyahu, according to Israeli media, that he would lift Biden's performative restrictions on that one single weapon shipment that he paused and to supply even more, in case anyone thought Biden was ever serious about these red lines and so on. No, it was always a game. And this is why it makes it interesting that Netanyahu comes out and says, give us the tools to finish the job, implying that they are holding back shipments of weapons. Minch Osint highlights Israel got an unprecedented amount of tools, weapons, and it resulted in tens of thousands of civilian casualties, leaving over 70% of Hamas leadership, even according to them now, intact. So all he's doing is making it seem like the U.S. is the reason they're not succeeding, throwing their own chief allies under the bus to get a minor benefit. It's typically what Israel does. And here is, this is KJP. I have to play this one. Listen to what she says about this discussion.
Yeah, over here.
Oh, wait.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Oh, did I not download that? Hold on. I want you to hear this one. It's just funny. KJP being asked about Netanyahu implying that they're pausing more shipments or withholding aid to their ally in a time of need. That's how they're framing this. Despite the provable fact that the Israeli government does not need any of the stuff they're sending, they just use it because it benefits them and, in fact, sell it to other people, which we'll get to in a second. But here's the clip from KJP.
Netanyahu said he told Secretary of State Blinken, quote, "It's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons and ammunition for Israel," end quote. There was a shipment of bombs paused in early May at the start of the Rafa offensive, but has the administration been withholding weapons and ammunition for months, like Netanyahu seems to be saying?
Let me just start off by saying that we generally do not know what he's talking about.
I love that. So did she say generally or genuinely? She said generally. We generally don't know. Well done. The point is, the word has a different meaning, which if it's genuinely don't know what he's talking about, that would mean that we just don't, what he's saying doesn't make sense or it's not true. But if we generally don't know, I find that's funny because it would mean we just don't ever really know what he means. It's just funny. Either way, it makes her look stupid. I think that's funny.
Months, like Netanyahu seems to be saying?
Let me just start off by saying that we generally do not know what he's talking about.
Generally.
We just don't. A couple of things that I do want to add, and you're right.
Well, so are you confused? You don't know what is he wrong? Obviously, you would say that what he says is incorrect. But if you just don't, I don't know what he's talking about. Is he speaking Chinese?
There was one particular shipment of munitions that was paused, and you've heard us talk about that many times. We continue to have these constructive discussions with Israelis for the release of that particular shipment. that I just mentioned, and don't have any updates on that. There are
Painful.
no other pauses, none, no other pauses or holds in place. And so, as Secretary Blinken said today, he took some questions from some of your colleagues and spoke to the press. Obviously, everything else is moving in due process. That is
Moving in due process. It's just so stupid. Guys, it's not my opinion. This is an objective reality. This person is not bright, or at least doesn't have a good vocabulary, but whatever. The point is that what she's saying is ridiculous based on the way this conversation was presented before. Remember when we were saying that's just one shipment, they only paused it, and it's not even actually stopped? You're crazy. They're stopping it because they investigate. That's what they were pushing. They were presenting their pause as some kind of halt for weapons because we're investigating, because that's what they wanted you to think at the time. But now that Netanyahu has flipped it on its ear and said, well, you're not even now you're pausing weapons shipments, which at the moment, I'm not even sure it's even actually true. It seems like it might be based on the next thing we'll show you. But what's funny about it is that's now turned around. Now they're going, no, it was just pause. It didn't even stop. And we're still giving. From moment to moment, they're contradicting what they said 30 seconds ago, because that's what happens when you lie about everything. Must be really terrible job to be in. Khalud Falud simply highlights, ladies and gentlemen, our ally. And this is the Wall Street Journal saying, the Biden administration is now delaying the sale of 50 fighter jets to Israel. For all I know, that's coming from some Israeli source that says they're not, and it's not even true. It's just how ridiculous it's gotten. It's all about some game of politics. But at the end of the day, why would that be a problem? This is a government that's committing war crimes, genocide, on a regular basis. Washington Post from June 19th is today. UN says Israeli use of bombs in civilian areas probably violated laws of war. That's just typical watering it down. Yeah, they didn't say it did violate. I mean, there's international Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem that have been covering this from the day one post-October 7th. They're committing war crimes. Not maybe, not probably, are. Whether it's genocide, that's debatable. I think it's clear. The point is, this invalidates the justification, or it makes it illegal for them to do it. But now we're quibbling about whether it's happening, and the U.S. is falling all over itself to make it seem that's not true. We're giving them everything we need. You see how easy it is to drive these people to do exactly what Netanyahu wants? You call them racist. You suggest they're not doing what a good ally would, and they fall all over themselves and contradict what they just said to fill that role. That's like basic reverse psychology. These people are infants, and they're being manipulated by the Zionist government as we speak, or they don't care. It's ridiculous. The bottom line is they are committing crimes with the weapons you're giving them, and that is clear justification to stop giving them weapons. Now, I want to go past this for time, but Gray Zone Cosgrove talked to them about this and asked explicitly about the $700 million in tank munitions that went around the pause shipment. And it was all about the red line for Rafa that Biden stupidly claimed and then acted like it was a small or large operation. And the point was they were funding them the whole time. It was an illusion. They lied. State Department says it's not for us to pass judgment on who ought to be in the government of Israel. And this is just them. I mean, so it's okay for you to, apparently Brian Mast at least thinks you can dictate who will be in power in Gaza, even though that is how they all think about all of it. You can see Newland handpicking the democratically elected government for Ukraine. His point is that simply that now that Gantz has stepped aside, well, the people in this cabinet are lunatics. And he doesn't say that, but that's what the implication is. Doesn't that worry you that these are the ones making decisions with the weapons you're sending? And he goes, well, it's not for us to decide who's in charge. Oh, I get it. So you're supposed to nitpick every choice about, Russia and China because they're terrorists and they're bad guys, which means we can't do X, Y, and Z. But when it happens to Israel and everyone can see how crazy people are, you're like, well, I don't know, it's not my choice. Not my place to decide what they can do. I'll just give them weapons that can destroy countries. But, it's up to them. We need to ridicule these people, guys. They've fallen into such a position where it's impossible to defend. They need to be ridiculed by the people in this room. Because they all know. You can see it in their faces when he's answering these questions. Thank you to We All Are Palestine for highlighting this. Now, here's the point I was saying before. This is from 2024. This is from 3 days ago, or 2 days ago. Israeli arms sales break record for third year in a row, reaching $13 billion in 2023. Guess what's happening this year? The point is, Defense Ministry says massive exports come as industries remain committed to Israel war effort. Hold on now. So you're sending them $4 billion a year in weapons, and Israel is breaking records for selling weapons. Anybody question that at all? Anybody see the laundering of money and weapons and really just the fact that you're simply giving them our tax dollars to have them sell weapons to make monies for their war efforts that are breaking the law everywhere in the world? Or whatever you think they're doing. Doesn't it bother Americans that you're giving them unprecedented amounts of money from your tax dollars for them to just make money from it? The argument is they need our support. They need our defense. No, they don't. If they're just selling it and making $13 billion in 2023, which is only going to be more this year, breaking records for it. Now, even 2023, October forward included part of what's happening here. My point, though, is that before that, the U.S. government was giving $3.8 billion that we know about to Israel every year. And they're breaking records for selling those. It's absurd. This is a game, and you're being taken advantage of if you're partaking in the two-party illusion. Sarah Abdallah highlights Israel has, and this is the representative of Spain speaking out, Israel has decapitated children and killed 200 people under the pretext of rescuing 4 hostages. That's the news throughout discussion. People are being burned alive in so-called safe zones. What is Spain waiting for to impose an immediate arms embargo on Israel? It's a good question. They're all completely taken, occupied if you want, whatever narrative you want to, whatever word that works for you. These governments have influence enough to stop them from doing what their own people want them to do. Now, I think the pause conversation is important, but I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. I think we'll do both those and we'll end with the food conversation. So just quickly going over this Netanyahu and the pause conversation of Rafa, right? The point was that if you don't remember this, the military unilaterally decided to pause. And I think this is because of everything we're seeing. They're being destroyed. Their people are committing suicide. They're fleeing. They're refusing to fight. And they don't have enough people behind them. They've already pulled every reserve. I mean, they've lost. Their own people, their own general has made this clear. So the military, without political discussion from the war cabinet, said, pause during Rafa this time for aid, which then proved that their actions were blocking aid. It was very clear. And Netanyahu, and they said, unacceptable, and continued acting. But the weird dynamic created this illusion in the media where there was some kind of pause for stuff to happen. Now, not only did that pause, I mean, at some levels they claimed it happened. At some levels, their government from Netanyahu's side said it wasn't happening and we're going to continue. So again, it's difficult to see. But what we do know is the bombings have continued and aid hasn't gone more. So either way, it was a ploy or it didn't even happen at all. So Asal Rod highlights the same game. IDF will begin tactical pause for aid in Gaza. Article. Netanyahu says it's unacceptable. IDF confirms no change in policy. Moment to moment. So here's what Al Jazeera highlighted from UNRWA on the ground yesterday, or the 17th, the day this was supposed to happen. Operationally, nothing has changed. No more aid, nothing. This is while they were supposedly in this moment pause. Here's what the one of these, this is what platform? I forget. I looked it up. Gulf News. Fighting in Gaza's Rafa as tensions soar. And it simply says, witnesses on and this is as of today, 19th. Witnesses and the Civil Defense Agency in Hamas-run Gaza Strip reported Israeli bombardment in Western Rafah. They're still bombing in Rafah, just so we understand that. Where medics said drone strikes and shelling killed at least 7 people today. Never stopped. The Israeli military has announced a daily humanitarian pause. They write right after that. In fighting on the key road, they're bombing Rafah. Just understand that that's still happening right now. And then Muhammad Shihada highlights Israel's very, very limited operation, which is how they pretended they didn't cross some red line, even though Biden didn't lay that out in the first place, just said operations in Rafah, then goes, whoa, no, it has to be a major one. Just moving the goalpost. But in Rafah, this limited operation that doesn't yet cross any red lines, the IDF now fully occupies 2/3 of Rafah after violently forcing over 1 million refugees out of it. But super limited though, right? It says they haven't found a single hostage or top Hamas leader. IDF in control of 60 to 70% of Rafah. And it says down here, very, very limited operation in which they've suffered heavy losses in ground battle with Palestinian resistance, according to their own article. Right? Isn't it what Kirby said? The ground offensive is what made it a major operation. Oops. As we'll just ignore the facts, right? The point is, it's obviously a major operation, and they are still funding, arming, supporting, blindly ignoring everything that's happening. And yesterday, the forces killed 17 in refugee camps. Day to day to day. It all continues. Here is an example of drone footage that surfaced showing Israeli drones targeting civilians in Rafah as they simply return to check their homes on the streets. This actually went pretty viral. They're just walking along the streets and they bomb them like they've done in many locations. Boom. Israel targeted tents in West Rafah. This is yesterday. They've targeted tents in Mawasi. Martyrs injured in recovery. I mean, there's so much of this, guys. This is also graphic. You saw some of it earlier. It's nonstop. This is Jerusalem Post. Post in Rafah, no home without tunnel. They're arguing that literally not a single place in Rafah doesn't have a tunnel under it. This is Israeli propaganda, trying to justify the murder of innocent people. That's all they can do. That's what they're trying to argue now. Every place has a tunnel. Well, we've heard them say this, even though they've been caught lying about many of these same claims. That every school and every mosque and every place, it's all Hamas. Well, the point is these people tell you they're all Hamas. So there's a reason that they're making these claims, even though you can literally prove that's not true. And my point about it was, in the location in Rafah in particular, the National Geographic highlighted this back in 2012. Okay, 2012. And I did a whole segment on this. The point was, reading this highlighting part, a handful of rockets are launched by young militants hired by local merchants whose profits would decline if Israel's closure were further relaxed. The point they're making is, this whole article is about this massive smuggling operation. All these tunnels from Rafah into Egypt and other locations that Egypt and Israel were in view of, were aware of. And I argue, based on this article, you can prove we're facilitating in some ways to allow the justification of the rockets that they wanted the rockets to go there. So we have to keep fighting, right? And all they did was fire a rocket in the grass, which then kept the closure, which allowed the smuggling to continue. That's not to say that there weren't weapons coming back and forth, but apparently by this article, it was a minority. It was medicine and food and animal things so they could live normal lives. And Israel got a cut, and so did Egypt. And so it's all about creating this illusion, guys. And the point is, now looking back, after you can see that this was facilitated in a large degree, they just go, look, there's tunnels everywhere. It's all Hamas. Well, is that what's really going on? Are there even tunnels? I mean, the part is they're lying about everything, like Al-Shifa Hospital and the command center. So it's very hard to tell. But what we do know is it's not, nothing they're doing is justified. And here is a clip that I have to play. This is a representative from Ireland making a really important and graphic point about what they're actually doing and the amount of explosives they're using on civilians. This is hard to hear.
14,500 children have now been killed by the Israeli Defense Forces. And I'm actually glad that the children have left, because it's important to note that the manner...
For the podcast, I believe he's inferring that the people behind him who aren't there are children. Because he motions behind him. I'm glad the children have left, because it's typically when somebody's making one of these statements about Israel, all of the other pro-Israel people just don't even show up. But I think that's what he meant. But either way, this is the point going forward.
In which these children are being killed is horrific. They're being killed by high explosive weapons that are fired indiscriminately at them. And I've said it before in this house. If you had a piece of plastic explosives the size of a cigarette packet and you placed it under a car, as happened so often during the Troubles, the car would be unrecognisable after that. But they are dropping 500 kilos, 1,000 kilos of high explosives on tented areas, and children are being slaughtered. The shockwave pulps internal organs, shatters bones, causes limb separation, decapitation, burns, and thousands of children are dying in Rafah for want of analgesia, for want of painkillers, they're dying in agony as the Israelis move forward.
And sad and interesting how that seems to be all the injuries we keep seeing from these children. The point he's making is they're using 1,500, 500,000, 2,000 pound bombs. Instead of what he said is a pack of cigarette size that could destroy an entire car. They're using these massive bombs that just, even the shock wave destroys your internal organs. They're doing this in areas that are packed full of civilians and acting like we're only going after Hamas. There's certain kind of, there's a special evil that is driving this, guys. And people that somehow don't know, it blows my mind. But some of these people are very aware of what's happening. The kind of person like Mark Rubio, that was seen in his own areas with people asking him, his own constituents, and just simply saying, I want to fight all of them. They don't deserve to be there, whatever. About Palestinians. We've seen many U.S. people make similar statements. Now, the ceasefire conversation is still ongoing. Here's AIPAC, still, as of 2 days ago, saying, amazing how the ceasefire now squad went quiet as soon as the world started calling for pressure on Hamas to take the deal. It's just so sad, as I simply highlighted, hey, look, it's the American lobbying group, in quotes, blatantly lying for the interest of Israel. Nothing new there. Only one side has repeatedly offered and accepted ceasefires, all of which would have brought home all the hostages, and it's not Israel. Stop lying. Here's the clip I played before, where there's plenty of people discuss. This is Daniel Levy here, former Israeli peace negotiator, and others simply highlighting. It's like a 20-minute video. They're lying about it. They know they're not offering a ceasefire. They're lying. It's obvious. Here's the one with Mehdi Hassan and Owen Jones. Simply going, it's infuriating. They're pretending. Nobody. It's anybody who's objective and honest can see that Israel themselves have said that's not true. We're not going to do anything until we take out Hamas, destroy them. And you're being told that they are waiting for Hamas to accept a deal with them when their whole point is we won't do anything until Hamas is gone. Again, that is a special willful ignorance right there. That's stupid. Like, you should be embarrassed if you haven't figured that out. The point is, most people that are saying this know that's not the truth. They are lying for Zionism. That's what's happening. AIPAC is not an American organization. Now, we've talked about this many times. May 7th, where they lied about the ceasefire. Hamas accepted, and they reeled back and bombed Rafa. Don't look. Israel War Room on the 17th says, after Hamas rejects the ceasefire, which is not even remotely what happened. We've covered this already. But because Israel War Room and the rest of these official accounts are just blatant liars, doesn't matter. Here's the other one. Once again, Israel once again refuses its own ceasefire deal after Hamas accepts. And here's just what Hamas was saying. Their response is that their proposal is consistent with the principles of the U.S. plan. Remember, the only difference was we require that Israel be held to account. That we require that they actually are forced to do what they say they're going to do. Oh, violation. That's actually what's happening. Requiring that they don't push all of their actions off to the third phase where they can argue is they didn't do what they did after they've got all the benefit. The point is that they say, well, they need to start removing on the first phase. They need to offer a ceasefire. The fighting needs to stop right there, which is what they claim they're going to do. So the only reason you would stop that is because you never intended to actually do it. That's all they put forward. And it's been consistent with what they said they want the entire time. It's consistent with what the U.S. pretends they want. And it's consistent with what everybody other than Israel's government says they want, including their own family members. Here, from the 15th, at weekly addresses, groups of hostage families urge the government to reach a deal with Hamas. This is not about them making some proper deal. This is them saying, take whatever they're offering if we get our families back. That's what that conversation has gotten to. This is on the 15th. Here's one from the 15th as well. End the war. Free the hostages. Israelis protest Netanyahu's coalition. Call to strike Gaza deal. They're demanding that they take what Hamas is offering, and they're telling them no. Ben Gvir and the rest of them saying, we have to get Hamas first. You guys are secondary. Calling them chess pieces in a game. These are all actual quotes from these meetings. And here's the point they made earlier. This is how dumb it's got. It's come full circle. It's gone full Zionism. The final stage of But Hamas. Nissam Verturi says the families of Israeli hostages protesting against Netanyahu are now an arm of Hamas. So basically, Israel's murdering tens of thousands of civilians in order to free Hamas from Hamas and return them to their Hamas families. Make sense? Anyone that goes against Zionism is now Hamas, no matter what. Evidence be damned. This guy, do you think he really believes that? It's certainly possible that they're that stupid, but I don't think he believes this. I think he knows damn well that he's just going, oh yeah, you're going to challenge us? Well, guess what? Now you're Hamas. You're Hamas. You're Hamas. Everybody's Hamas. Whatever. Anyone, anywhere that you'll put that on. That's the new anti-Semitic. It's a label you can't brush off is the point. You're now Hamas. Try getting hired after that. That's what I think is happening. And it's lazy and it exposes the whole thing. Now, this is the 18th. Hardline Likud member of Knesset calls anti-government protesters a branch of Hamas. Just so you see, this is not a joke. This is from yesterday, the Times of Israel. They're actually calling the families of hostages, calling for them to destroy Hamas, but first and foremost, get their families back, are Hamas, just because they don't align with the Zionist agenda exactly. which is what we keep talking about. This is another article from yesterday. Netanyahu to meet with relatives of deceased hostages amid mounting backlash. So just showing you that this is a shifting dynamic where they're losing control. So is Netanyahu meeting with Hamas now? That's what they just said. They're an arm of Hamas. So Netanyahu's meeting with an arm of Hamas to discuss whether they can deal for Hamas family members to bring them back from Hamas who are holding them in Gaza. Should be confusing because it's really stupid. Obviously, I don't think they mean that they're Hamas, but that's how dumb these arguments are. Now, in aid conversation, which is very important. Understand, as we said before, as of the last so many days in this fake pause, nothing has changed yet. Still no aid flow after Israeli army pause. There wasn't aid coming before. There's been a basic zero gap because of their occupation of these locations around Rafa. But after the supposed pause, there still was nothing. But of course, as it's being exposed that they're blocking this and occupying areas and burning down buildings and everyone can see what's happening and the starvation and famine level is exploding, what are they going to do? Oh, sirens went off because a rocket flew. Well, I guess it's certainly possible. It wouldn't surprise me at all. They're in the middle of a war. But the idea that you make up this argument, that IDF just posts this on the 17th, sirens are sounding at the crossing. Why? Because I guess, they don't even say really. IDF continues facilitating transfer of aid. They don't even make an argument about who fired what. Of course, Elon Levy somehow knows. Hamas is shooting rockets. You mean the former spokesman that lives in another country somehow knows, even though IDF didn't say it, who's firing what? No, it's just propaganda. The point is, Hamas fired rockets, therefore they're the ones. They're stopping the aid, and we're dumping the aid like crazy. That's all he can do. And my other point from before, this is all they got. Is it possible that this mosque had some weapons in it? Sure. I wouldn't deny that at all. Just likely as anything else. But think about how many times they've been caught, even by corporate media, for crying out loud. BBC one time, CNN another, where they said, you just put that there. That wasn't there before. You got caught. And now, well, they bristle and they lie. But they get caught more than once. The MRI machine, the boxes of fake aid, the guns they brought in, that was all Shifa. It was all over the place. So knowing that they've lied and got caught lying many times, and as Wilkerson will tell you, they're inveterate liars in general, when they know they're being caught and all they do is dump out another photo, which, by the way, comes from Kogat. Ask yourself why the facilitator of humanitarian aid is posting images of weapons inside of a mosque. Because they're part of the propaganda arm and they're lazy and they just dump out whatever. I think they've lost control of their own dynamics at this point. But in any case, we'll show you Kogat in a second, which is the coordinating and facilitating aid, but posting images of weapon shells inside of a mosque. They're saying, unfortunately, this has become the new, not the rule, not the exception. These rockets and weapons are stored by Hamas in a mosque. Well, okay, how do we know it's a mosque? How do we know they put them there? How do we know that's even what they are? All we get is a picture and your statements and nothing the follow-up, nothing. You've been caught planting this stuff. So all I'm saying is it's ridiculous that this specially timed post where these perfectly clean things set in the corner, which don't seem to be, they seem out of place, even with dust and what you're looking at. That's how bad they are at this propaganda. They're caught faking saying it's a calendar when it's actually, or it's a list when it's actually a calendar, or, I could go off for 45 minutes about all the things they've lied about. But that's all they can do. Aviva Klampas does the same thing as Elon Levy, takes a post by the IDF saying there's a siren. And she goes, no surprise to anybody, Gaza terrorists are firing rockets. Even though I can't seem to prove that. Certainly could be, but guess what we can prove? Turns out, oh, sorry, I forgot to add this one more. Israel then posts something similar, June 18th. And I think this is where the narrative comes from. So this is 1:55. And they posted this at 11:30. So, it's 17th. Let's see. 18th. Yeah, so no, she was before, actually. So it looks like they're leading the charge, I guess, when it comes to the lies. Here's what the Israeli official account says. Rocket alarm sounding near the Kareem Shalom crossing. Near, by the way. So remember that. The Kareem Shalom crossing is used to facilitate the transfer of aid. Hamas is the biggest threat. Not even saying that it was Hamas, just insinuating, even though their propagandists online are saying that. But if it's near the crossing and you've got Elon Levy and Aviva Klampas telling you that they're bombing the crossing, well, already there's inconsistencies. But that's typically what they do. They can't even coordinate their lies. But again, here's what we can prove is happening. Nope, I guess I did one more. Sorry. I added a bunch of stuff before we got to this. Here is I-24 News. Rocket sirens blare. Same thing. Here's AIPAC, the American lobbying group, we're told. So their job is to lobby politicians on behalf of American interest for Israel. So why are they posting this? It says, while Israel surges aid into Gaza, so lying about the aid, Hamas launches rockets, which not even the IDF said, not even this post says that. Couldn't it be Palestinian Islamic Jihad? Couldn't it be anything else? Certainly could be, but their narrative is Hamas because that works. So lie. Just say what we want to say. Hamas doesn't care about Palestinian civilians, is what they claim. It uses them as human shields, just bullet point narrative talking points. So why is AIPAC posting this? Is this in the interest of their dynamic for lobbying politicians? No, it's in the interest of Israel's immediate needs. So they lie for them because that's what this foreign agent does. Now, here's what we can prove. And understand, this is not just because Cug News Network. This has been reported by people on the ground, human rights groups. We're watching them continually see bombings from Israel in this location. And as usual, because it's earlier in the day from the 17th, they get caught. The bombings kill children, and they rush out an argument. Hamas shot rockets, rocket sirens, and so on, with nothing but narrative online. 9 people were killed on the 17th, several injured, as an Israeli airstrike this evening targeted security personnel who were, in fact, securing the arrival of these aid trucks at the intersection of East Rafa. So they just killed people who were securing the very aid they claim they're trying to put through. Asal Rod, Al Jazeera breaking the same story. At least 8 people killed in Israeli attacks while waiting for aid trucks at Gaza's Rafa. This is what Israel Rod highlights. Israel commits heinous atrocity. International outrage. Israel denies. U.S. defends and calls mistake. Israel keeps doing it until normalized. She says, from bombing hospitals to killing starving Palestinians waiting for aid, the cycle goes on and the media mostly ignores repeat offenses. And continuing on the conversation, this is from, I grabbed a different article actually, but this is Arab News. 9 Palestinians killed in Israeli strike on citizens waiting for aid. From Reuters, in fact. Speaking to Reuters, medical people on the ground highlighting what they saw. 9 Palestinians were killed in Israeli airstrike that hit a group of civilians and merchants waiting for aid. This is today. One after another, they're literally bombing the people they claim they're trying to bring aid for, even though in most cases they're not even doing that. And all they can do is just post a couple of things on Twitter. Sirens and rockets. I don't believe it. Now, here is what Matt Miller has to say in regard to the ongoing atrocities that they're ignoring. And this was on the 17th. This is an hour after that happened.
But Matt, aid groups say in the north it's gotten just as bad as it was before.
So we have seen, so we don't have people on the ground to make an assessment. We will look to the groups that make assessments to tell us what the actual...
He's lying. They 100% have groups on the ground. They 100% have access to the intelligence that they're collaborating on between both the people on the ground with Israel's government, but also their own work. They have drones. They have access to this stuff. He's lying.
Situation is, but you have seen a significant increase in assistance going into the north. When before that phone, hold on, just before that phone.
So if it's an increase, what does that mean? If it was a box of fruit and tomorrow they bring 4, that's certainly an increase, but it's a joke in regard to what they actually need. So they're still playing word games around the obvious coordinated starvation campaign that everybody, the United Nations, all human rights groups, anybody with eyes is highlighting.
Called. There wasn't a large amount of assistance that was going in. Everyone knows those stories very well. We have now seen assistance going in. Now, look, when we see reports from humanitarian groups, say the IPC that issues reports from time to time, we will take a look at those, and if there are things that need to change, we won't hesitate to be direct with Israel about how they.
Don't worry, we'll raise the issue. You notice how fast he's skipping over words. We get the report. What he skipped over there is if the IPC, which it already has, and we'll show you, comes out and says that this is starvation, that they're using this as a weapon, or the UN, then we'll raise the issue. Well, how's that worked the last 400 times you raised the issue over the last 9 months? They ignored you. They laughed at you. But I don't even think it's actually happening. But let's keep raising the issue, Matt.
need to make those changes, but we have seen an improvement in the aid situation going in the north. And
it's not an improvement. If you're still bringing in less than what was necessary to maintain the already food insecurity before October 7th, which they've never even crossed half of that, less than 250. I mean, most of these don't even go over 200 a day. 500 trucks were needed every day before this to maintain already food insecure. They've not done that. For the first couple of weeks, it went down to 0. They're back at that now. Everyone can see this. Just because Israel screams lies and Kogat says lies does not make it the truth. I'm going to prove to you after this that Kogat is just repeating the same numbers they say all the time, and it's impossible they're doing the same thing. Somehow it's always 400 trucks, or it's always 1,400 trucks every time, month to month to month. Magic. They just keep putting out the same amount of trucks, even though that's not what's happening. You can prove it. But my point is that's just cycling narratives. Why wouldn't they just change up the number? Make it 1,390, right? Because they're lazy.
We've seen somewhat of a stagnation in the South, and that's what we want to see reversed.
But that improvement in the steps didn't actually translate into results, because you just said that the distribution hasn't improved, and that has a lot to do, especially in the South, with the start of the Rafa operation. Okay, it's not the major, you guys don't call it the major military operation, but in the end, it basically obstructed the delivery of aid, and that was an action taken by Israel.
So the point I made, it's not just the Rafa operation. There has also been attacks on trucks, attacks on humanitarian convoys coming in by common criminals and looters. That isn't a...
Funny how he doesn't say Hamas. Common criminals and looters? You can quite literally prove, and that's just as possible, but you can prove Israel's been doing this. They've admitted to many of them, saying, well, it was a Hamas member. Oh, sorry, it was a police officer or an UNRWA member that you guys claim is Hamas. But the point is now it's just becoming, it went through a cycle where they denied it first. Then it became, well, they're Hamas, we have to kill them. And that didn't work because we're going, no, they're not. Or these are policemen. Or even the US spoke up and said, please stop shooting policemen guarding the aid. So now they just went back to going, well, it's not even true. We're not doing that. In fact, we're giving them all the aid and they're doing it themselves. But you can still prove it. The Flower Massacre, the YCK example, they're shooting these people. They're blocking these aid shipments. It's obvious.
That isn't an action taken by the government of Israel, but it's something that we're looking to work with Israel and our UN partners and others to try to resolve and try to find an answer to.
Okay, final thing on...
Good, after 9 months. Let's give it another 9 months to figure out an answer to the thing that they know what they're doing, that they mean to do. They're not listening to you, but let's find an answer with the group that won't acknowledge what you're asking them to do.
Is the US government actually going to give itself a certain time frame on when to deliver or make an assessment on what the president said on April the 4th?
It is an ongoing assessment every day. Every day.
Well, then there's got to be an action.
No, it is every day we are looking at seeing if there are improvements being made, if there are actions that the government of Israel is taking that are sufficient. And it is...
What a bullshit answer. Like, realistically, what he's saying is we're always assessing. Okay, so show me a single example of an outcome. Just one. After 9 months, you're assessing everything. All these ongoing investigations about every single crime they're accused of. And where's one time where it's been, here's not just that Israel says no. What's the actual outcome? And I'm not talking about the one they claim they didn't even do. I'm talking about the undeniable ones. The YCK killings, the bombing, the Flower Massacre, the killing, the Al-Nusrat. I mean, over and over and over. And what do they say? Well, we're looking into it. We're engaging. They're investigating themselves. Where's the outcome? His point is we're always doing that. We're always ongoing. So apparently we're in a never-ending ongoing assessment that will go on for the rest of our lives. Not a single outcome, though, and that's apparently okay.
Something that is ongoing. And I said this at the time. You shouldn't look for a magic date where we're going to look and go, okay, everything's fine.
Yeah, stop asking us about outcome. Just take the example, the narrative that we're looking into it, and shut up already, journalists.
Fine now. We're going to look at this all the time and make sure that if assistance isn't going in at the level it needs to, that we push the government of Israel to take action to...
Okay, so all he just said there is it's an ongoing for everything, meaning that if we don't bring it up, then they're good. So stop asking, right? That's what he means. You're meant to take from that we'll let you know when there's something wrong. But if we don't even talk about it, then just shut up about it because it's not happening, right? We'll continue to push them. So if they keep breaking the law, you're either not pushing them or they're ignoring you. But he doesn't care. Now, here's the aid overlap that I think is important. I did find this. Somebody posted this. For some reason, I couldn't find this on the website. But here's the snapshot from OCHA, from the United Nations and Coordination for Humanitarian Aid. And what this shows you is these snapshots. Let me refresh this real quick. Yeah, there's a new one. Good. Let's look at the new one. It's going to be pretty much the same. It probably even went down. There's the last one. We'll look at this one now. Oh, here, let me just compare them actually. So here's the one from June 12th. And what these show you is the snapshot of information around basic information, but specifically what we're looking at is the aid influx. And what it shows you, as I said before, the bottom number is the daily average. When 500 before was what was needed to maintain what was already food insecurity. And 9 on average all the way until November. 9 from 500. Then it went to 83 average daily all through November. 97 average through all of December. Most of which at this time, there's at most 2 crossings open, which is designed. That's designed. They're making sure this is funneling through what they can control and box out. The highest it went this whole process was 169 a day average in April. They've never even gotten to half of what was needed before. So they're guaranteeing by design that they will fall into starvation, which I've said many times. Now in June, 80 on average, 80. And right now they've only got West Erez and Kareem Shalom crossings open. They've occupied these to bomb these. They won't let them come through. They're maintaining this. Now realize as they pretend that they put in 1,400 trucks and they're drowning them in aid. And it's all because they just won't take it. Remember, guys, and I'll show you this next. It's not about whether they're stopping it from getting to the other side in almost every case and then claiming it's them for not picking it up. But you can prove based on the numbers that the entries versus exits show you that they're being let into the security location, but then they're pulling them back out before they can ever get through to the other side, which is where we need to be picked up. And I'll show you what I mean. Oh, forgot. Here's the 19th. This is where it is now. So it went up barely. It went up from 80 average a day to 89. That's what we're looking at. And here's interesting, by the way. Humanitarian sector is all of it. Private sector, 0, which I argue is Israel versus other groups. But the point is it is not even a fraction of what they claim, let alone what is needed. They're lying to you. Now, here's the point that I made about the October 7th Hannibal Directive conversation. I find this to be really powerful. My point at the show was that the September 12th document that shows, and this is what the New York Times and now Khan News Network in Israel has proven, or at least put out for you, and I do argue this is true, that they had information that showed that this was going to happen, even down to the exact amount of people they were going to take. How do you imagine that it's going to end up being the same number unless that was coordinated, which makes me worried about the infiltration or rather continued manipulation of Israel through Hamas. But watch that other video if you want more on that conversation. My point is, if they had a document in September that said this is coming, then you would see some kind of my point is that actions here seem to imply that they knew that was coming, which they did based on the documents, and they took action around it. Which is that if you can see this for the podcast, we're looking at the importation of fuel and cooking gas. And it breaks down the different years, 2023 and 2022. The darker maroon is 2022. And what you see is they're pretty much the same up until August and September. As of August, in each one of them, it's pretty much the same. Pretty much right in line with what it's been the past years. At September, you see a clear drop. From September to October, that's the month that happened on each one of them, from cooking gas to diesel, and as well as aid, by the way. Same thing. So they knew. This shows you a direct deviation from normalcy. What even then it wasn't normalcy. It's complete siege and blocking most anyway, but they bring it down to near nothing between September and October. So clearly, not only do they know by the documents, they took action to remove what we already planned to remove after October 7th. And showing you that they've continued to this point to basically zero fuel this entire time. I find it to be very important. Now, you can go through a lot of these. There's a lot of important stuff, the crossings, but I'll just show you the ones that I already pulled aside. This is important to me. This is the Rafa crossing. The very location they claim all this is coming through and they're allowing all this aid. We're dumping all the aid on them, right? Well, here's what proves they're lying in many other ways as well. But the entries, and this is just from 2024. All right, so it's from January to now in 2024. It shows you there's been 3,165 entries and 50,343 exits. So the bottom line is the entries, meaning when they come in. Oh, actually, I was going to show you this too. What it says down here. This is incoming truckloads. So this is not truckloads that have effectively made it into Gaza, but just trucks that are going into the security check process, right? So they claim that they're bringing it all in, but they just won't pick it up. Well, the numbers reflect that that's not true. That 80 average a day is what they're bringing in. That's not necessarily what gets through. Here is what's showing you that these is 3,165 trucks that have made it past the security check and have gone in. Understand? 50,343 trucks have exited. The only way that makes sense is if they have come through and began the process, but then were turned around and made to leave before they were entering, technically through into Gaza. You see what I'm saying? So that shows you a vivid and undeniable example of how many trucks they're turning around and sending back before they ever make it into Gaza, based on arbitrary restrictions of things that they know Palestinians need. That's deliberate. That is designed to cause starvation and suffering. Now, this one was about Rafa crossing, exits and entries of people. Same thing. This is specifically of March, right? This is just I think March was the last one. Oh, no, they've got it. Oh, so I think, that's right. So April, May, and so on, you can see, I think I've got it up here next. Yeah, that's interesting. So in just March alone, same thing. 1,284 entries that made it through of the whole month of March, but yet they're telling you 1,400 a day, right? But 22,000 exits. Very clear. Now, even more interesting, the argument, what a lot of people have said, I think you can prove this based on the numbers and based on what you can see, that since they've occupied this location, which was, I think, last month into this month, zero. They've stopped everything. And that seems to be reflected by what you can see on their breakdown. From in May, 0, 0. They just shut it down. Seems interesting to me. Now, here is what Reuters said. Since May 7th, no trucks have crossed through Rafa and very few through Karim Shalom, according to the UN. Just over 900 have entered Gaza in total since that date, compared to at least 500 a day that was required. This is Reuters, everybody. Here is AA.com. Israel captures all points of aid access to Gaza after seizing Philadelphia corridor. So what they're simply showing you is now not only are they stopping this like they have before with any number of actions, but they've just occupied, which they already controlled, so it was already occupied, but physically controlled now all of these checkpoints from either side and have now shut it all down. Now they've captured every point of access, and guess what they're doing to it? It's these kind of examples that show you how, at least that they perceive themselves to be unaccountable. They're acting with impunity. Muhammad Shihada highlights this. In May, Biden okayed Israel's occupation of the Rafa border crossing, which is illegal. It violates the, I forget the name of it now. Camp David Accords, I think, with Egypt. But it doesn't matter because, Israel can do whatever it wants, apparently. He okayed it. And the condition of the IDF doesn't, it says, sorry, I always do that. I try to continue halfway. Biden okayed Israel's occupation of the Rafah crossing on the condition that the IDF doesn't destroy or damage the Gaza's only remaining passenger crossing to the world. However, they burned it to the ground. Just complete disregard. Obviously, they respect Biden, right? IDF burned down the border crossing. Here's an actual video of it. Here's what it looked like first. Here's what it looks like now. Sure, they clearly want them to get aid, right? Look at this. That's wild, man. They have literally burned this building to the ground. They burned it out. And that's where they needed to use, not only just for physical entry for people, but for aid as well. And apparently one of the conditions was not destroying anything. And instead of not destroying anything, they destroy everything. What do you think the message that sends? We can do whatever we want. We don't care what you think. But sure, Matt Miller is going to raise the issue, though. He'll raise the issue. Richard Kemp gets into the hoax game that they're playing. He says, exposing the lie of starvation in Gaza. The lie. Don't trust your lying eyes, right? These and other lies against Israel by the UN, he says, the so-called human rights groups and anti-Israel activists encourage and strengthen Hamas, extending the war. Oh, so it's your fault the war keeps going. Not that they just don't want to stop, right? He says they also fuel Jew hate around the world. Of course, you had to include that. It's the only argument you got. Here's what he highlights. Eisenberg says starvation in Gaza has been a lie since day one. It's just incredible. I mean, this has been documented long before October 7th. It says promoted by UN and NGOs to pressure Israel to end its war on Hamas. Even IPC issued a report concluding famine was not plausible. In fact, it was the exact opposite. In December, the report concluded that it was plausible. Then they followed up with a report that says they're unable to confirm it because of the lack of data. But I'll show you that next. But this is how Zionists just blatantly lie about the data because they think you're too stupid to look. It says, yet media still pushes the narrative. Or this person is just trust what Richard Kemp said or somebody else and just doesn't know they're wrong. Certainly possible. 10 items of evidence that debunk the Gaza starvation. So this is one of the things they include. It's a New York Times screenshot. It says, Bersha Khalidi, a policy lead at Oxfam, announced they represented cosmetic changes that Israel could cancel over one attack, meaning that what they're doing is a lie. Then it says, quote, this is not what a famine response looks like. She added, we need real commitments for a permanent ceasefire. So are you highlighting that as evidence of your claim? Because they just go on to the next point, guys. So this is what makes me laugh. Do they not read what that says? It doesn't say it's not a famine. It says this is not what a response during a famine would look like. So my point, I just think they're this either stupid or lazy or think you're that stupid. That they're going to frame something that maybe think looks like it's not a famine, or I don't know, maybe I'm just misreading what they meant by that. But I think that's pretty crazy to me. There's a lot more of these little clips down here. We'll go over all the evidence that they're pretending they're claiming. The point is they don't link to the article. They don't link to the actual data because all you're going to get out of this is their lies like this. Kogat lies, which we've proven roundly are very easy to debunk. I'll read this one actually. And this is the IPC, which we'll show you. And all they're saying is unable to endorse the famine, which doesn't mean it's not true, especially since their last report, which I'll show you, says that it is. I'll show you what they actually say, which is why they don't want you to read it. But they're simply going, see, they're saying it's not plausible. Not even remotely what it says. Not even the things you highlight, by the way. Unable to make a determination is what it actually says. I mean, that's not dishonesty. That's either stupidity or blatant, or I mean, it's either stupidity or blatant lies. So I guess it is dishonesty. But it says UN admits 33% more trucks of food entered than in pre-war. That's what they're actually saying here. Like, that's why I think this first one was actually also a stupid mistake, or I don't know. Because what you're looking at is the image we just showed you. And here they're saying the UN admits 33% more trucks of food and aid entered Gaza than pre-war. That's not what it says. It quite literally says that you are 80, 97, 169 on average a day, which is way less than 500 on average a day, which is what it says right above you. I just don't know if they're that stupid or what they're trying to do here. Because I mean, and at the same time, aren't you the one telling us that UN is Hamas and we shouldn't trust their numbers, but you're then using their numbers to make your point? That's pretty stupid. It's the whole thing is like this. So here, before we get to the actual articles, here's Yael Levy. He's saying the Gaza famine is a hoax. He used the word hoax. It's not by accident, guys. They're trying to draw up the people. I think they want to trigger people to jump in and be like, the Holocaust was a hoax. That's what they want from you. So they can then turn around and go, see, and they'll get you censored, whatever. But the point is, he's calling the most obvious example of a real-time, like think about on YouTube, denying violent events in history, right? On Twitter. You guys can mass flag him if you want. I highly doubt it will make a difference. And at the same time, you have the right to say it. That's free speech. But the point is, they're censoring everybody else. If you came out on this and said any other major event was a hoax, they would censor you. But he's allowed to highlight what we can prove. And every major group in the world other than Israel seems to be going, yep, that's clear. That's okay, though. And says, if the scaremongering predictions were right, we'd see 1,200 dying a month. Again, he's playing on the ignorance of the average person. Most of these situations in the past are what they're able to do and get away with. The idea this is just and the point is, you guys are the ones that are playing this game. You know what you're doing. You're slowly starving them into death because that makes it look like something's not it's not some if all of a sudden half the population died of starvation, well, that would be very easy to prove. That's why. But all you get from them in this argument is a press briefing where this woman talks at you for 12 minutes. That's it. Listen to it. It's a waste of your time, but listen to it. You'll realize that all it is narrative, bullet point, narrative, lie, Hamas, UN is Hamas, narrative, you're a racist. That's what you get every single time. Meanwhile, you can point to the evidence from everybody on the ground, all the human rights groups, the United Nations, half the time even the US media, proving that they're lying. Benzie Sanders highlights this and says, please read what actual Israeli experts have to say about this and not simply accept the word of this self-appointed spokesman, which is funny. And I recommend you read this. This is Israeli experts. Severe food insecurity and fear of famine in Gaza. This is from May. We experts in the field of food security and public health and legal scholars specializing in these topics wish to publicly state that the current data on food entry into Gaza, without having a position on the data as such, does not provide sufficient evidence to ensure that the population in northern Gaza is not at risk of famine. So what they're saying, it's the same answer essentially as the other document, but the point is, it's not saying we don't have a problem. What they're saying is because of the lack of data that Israel's making sure we don't have, we can't prove that it's not a famine. Or in the other way to say it, we can't prove that it is. What they're highlighting, though, is the right way to frame this. We already know people are starving. So the debate is not whether there's no starvation. It's about whether we've reached the level of famine. So inherently, by their game they're playing here, they've exposed people to the evidence that shows that they are, in fact, starving to death. We just can't prove it's famine. That's the only thing these reports say, and they went as far as to go, not even real. It's a hoax. It's all fake news. Because they're desperate. And if you read this whole thing, it's very clear. Saying, furthermore, this data does not conclusively demonstrate that Israel is fulfilling its duty to ensure that they have an adequate supply of foods and vital goods. The right to food should not be narrowly interpreted as referring only to amount of calories, which is the game they play. I'll show you next. They got more than the 3,000 calories that the UN says they need to survive. That's what they're actually arguing. And the reality is, especially when you're already food insecure or pushed into starvation, let alone famine, you need way more than that. It's not just quantity, it's quality, it's timing. They know that. This is why they're pretending, look, there's not 12,000 people dead in front of you, so it's all fake news. Same way they play about genocide. Not everyone's not dead. What are you talking about? It's not genocide. That's not the only thing that makes a genocide, and they damn well know it. But read this for yourself. It's damning. They're calling out exactly what you think. Now here is another post. Elon Levy posted this at least 4 or 5 times over the process of 2 days. This is another random person speaking, saying, not real. Not just that we're not famine, but fake all around. He says the Gaza famine is a hoax. Here he says again, sometimes the truth is inconvenient for those spreading lies about Israel because they seem to get like the same exact engagement on every one of these days, which makes me wonder, well, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. It's not even showing the engagement. That's funny. The point is, they're just pushing these same narratives out with nothing to prove it. Here's my scream, and here's somebody else screaming the same thing. Is it proven now? There's no facts in here. It's just narrative on narrative. Oh, look at that. Little Mikey Rappaport steps into the conversation. Fake everything. There's no famine, genocide, or apartheid, all three of which have been clearly demonstrated, especially apartheid, by every leading human rights group, including B'Tselem, an Israeli group. Everything from the terrorist is lies, and that's why they're terrorists. Well, I agree. Or we're talking about Zionism, right? Yeah. The point is they lie about everything. Bottom line is, whether or not you think Hamas is lying, you can prove every one of those data points. Here is what they're using to argue this. This is from Haaretz. UN panel says data lacking to determine whether famine exists. Quite a bit different, isn't it? The UN expert panel contradicts finding human rights organizations. That's not really the case. That's, again, what Haaretz is even slanting it toward, but warns against using the report to deny that extreme human suffering is without a doubt currently ongoing in the Strip. My God, that's the subtitle. Not only are they saying you can't deny that people are starving, we're just debating whether it's famine. But the point is that they're clearly demonstrating not only that it's happening, but that the only reason they can't definitively prove it is because Israel's withholding data. That's what this actually discusses. You can read it for yourself. I believe there was only Now, it's important to read through, but it's all the same stuff we discussed. The report stated that the committee is unable to endorse the famine classification, which again shows you that it's already been classified for Northern Gaza, a classification that the U.S. Famine Early Warning System Network has endorsed. So other entities have included this and have said that it's happening. The UN panel's report said it did not find the U.S. analysis plausible given the uncertainty and lack of coverage convergence of the supporting evidence employed in the analysis. It's the same point. They're unable to make a determination. Not that they're saying it's not the case. And even if they were saying that, that doesn't mean the starvation goes away. This is just the level of famine. It's just so gross how they're so willfully dishonest. Here's Israel, the main Israel account. For months, Hamas has been intentionally promoting a false narrative that the people of Gaza are facing a famine. However, experts and researchers at Columbia University recently found that, quote, the food supply entering Gaza is more than sufficient. There's my point. Not just that it's not famine. No. They've gotten more than ever. It's more than they need. Why couldn't you just go, it's not as bad as you're saying it is? Because that's not enough. You're desperate. It's that we're giving them more than they need while you're starving them. That is worse terrorism. And of course, the Jerusalem Post is the one making this argument. Well, let's take a look. Well, first of all, before we get to the Jerusalem Post, here's what Times of Israel said in May 24. New study finds food supply to Gaza more than sufficient for population's needs. It's the same game. They did the exact same thing in May. Didn't work because it was a ridiculous study that simply said, and I'll show you, what COGAT told us is perfect. Oh, you mean the group that's been caught lying about aid multiple times already? It says analyzing data from COGAT, which includes the weight of consignments of specific food commodities and standardized food parcels delivered to Gaza, the authors found that the mean energy availability across 4 months was 3,163 calories per day, which again is ridiculous. Let's just say that was what they were giving them. They would still be starving. If that confuses you, you need to understand what we're in, the ridiculous situation that they've created. 500 a day, we're already food insecure. That is not even what they're meeting with that. This game they play about, like, this is what they said in the beginning, the bare minimum. Remember? We're going to give them bare, and then they put it down from there. But the main point, obviously, Israel says, great job, guys, great report, great study. All you did was look to a group that is a central arm in this illusion and said, how much? And they go, this much. And they go, well, that's more than enough. Science. How embarrassing. Guess what happened again? And realize that was back in May. Here's Jerusalem Post, a wholly separate conversation, weirdly identical, though, with the new study. You wonder why that's happening? They're making this happen. This is propaganda. ICC and UN blamed Israel for a famine that never happened. Wow. Now, you could argue that they're not denying starvation, but that is the implication. And that people, they're saying a famine, but in the article and people sharing this are going, it's a hoax. There is no starvation, which is not even remotely what's actually stated. It says Columbia University professors analyzed available data from COGAT, I'll show you, and conducted research whose findings demonstrate that sufficient amounts of food are being supplied, not based on the fact that they can see it, but because COGAT gave them numbers and they blindly accepted it. That's what actually just happened. The two say they followed the data closely since the beginning of the war. The hard data on food supplies are not difficult to obtain. Our analysis is based on data from COGAT. Hey, this is simple. We'll just listen to what they have to say and blindly report that as fact because journalism. That's the gist of it, guys. Read it for yourself. It's not hard to see. The reality is that they're lying to you. They're still lying, and they're just like the rape conversation. They're continuing to cycle through and filter out more propaganda from different outlets to bolster the lie that they're pushing out everywhere else. Here are a couple examples of what's happening in regard to the aid. This I just thought was important to include, that the U.S. is still dropping heavy weight, like big bags full of pretty much, a lot of this food is not even useful for these people. Like the point is it was stuff that they don't need. It was like utensils and just ridiculous. And there's been examples of at least a few children that have been crushed to death by the aid. How horrible is that? Here's an example of a person who had his greenhouse, who is growing food for other Palestinians, destroyed by one of these ridiculous aid packages.
Farmer, this is my farm. This is my message to the world. who want to help us. Please don't throw food and assistance by plane. You don't help me. You destroy my farm. Look what the amount of destruction that caused by airplane. This is not assistance. This is not assistance. This is destruction. You destroyed my farm, everything. How can I defend myself from the people who come and run to me? They wanted to kill me. They come with knife and guns.
He's talking about settlers, by the way.
To take their portion of food. This is not assistance. You want to help me? This is not the way. Change the way. Try to find another way to help me.
So the point is, guys, it's very ridiculous. I mean, and look, we should, I have no evidence to say that this is the case, but we should genuinely ask whether that was the point. I don't think that they're in good faith doing this with aid because we know they're doing this. We know they know what they're doing. We know they know what they're allowing. So I find it hard to believe that's in good faith. But here's Rami Abdul highlighting Israeli starvation of northern Gaza residents has reached unprecedented levels. This was 2 days ago. These are children screaming for one thing of food from people. And we've already shown you. I show them again. I used the image today. I've shown you 2 examples from the last 2 weeks of children starving to death. That's been verified by international entities. Now, here's my point from before. So talking about COGAT being the central claim for why they claim, again, not that there wasn't starvation, but they just didn't reach the level of famine, or the fact that they just didn't have enough data to do so. Weird how COGAT's handing out all this data everywhere, but these groups didn't get anything. The point is that they're lying in every direction. And they allow these people to look at these lies they put out about what they're bringing in, and they go, well, that seems to be enough. It's all fake news. Meanwhile, the other reports, the main reports we'll get to at the end, who already argued that this was plausible back in December, aren't able to conclude it. Why? Because they're not getting enough data. And I argue what that means is COGAT's giving them the same bland, just screenshots or whatever. Just here's the number we're giving. Jerusalem Post and these other pro-Israel authors are like, good enough, I trust you. Where these people are going, well, you stating numbers is not enough. So they go inconclusive. And then they go, see, we proved it. It's just desperation and lies. Here's what COGAT said on June 17th. 62 trucks out of the 1,400 that they claim they brought collected from the Gaza side of the Karim Shalom crossing. Or, more likely, 62 if that were actually brought in. And that's what's reflecting on the overall number, which we can prove by the entry and exit. And they just lie about 1,400. 1,400 trucks. They've barely broken half a 200 number on average a day. We're going to pretend they brought 1,400. I mean, let's ask this. Are they even capable of processing that right now with all of the main and deliberate restrictions? It takes 13 hours to even make it to the front of the toll. I mean, that's because of what they're doing. He's saying very few trucks were transferred. And by the way, showing the same picture. It's the same picture every time. They're lazy. But here's my point. Look up 1,400 trucks. Oh, look, here's February 13th. Weird. 1,400 trucks. Weird. What a coincidence. The same number of trucks. Isn't that weird? Oh, here's another one from January 19th. 400 trucks. Okay. Here's one from June 28th. Oh, 400. Here's April 10th. Oh, look, 400 again. Here's another one from May 3rd. 400 trucks. Weird how consistent these numbers are, even though that's not what's even translating. They're going, oh, it's only this many. So every time they're bringing the same amount, or they're just lazily using the same numbers. Here is March 30th. 400 trucks waiting to be picked up. Oh, look at that. June 17th. That's what I just showed you. 1,400. The point is they keep recycling these numbers from what? So February to now, the idea is that they're not using factual information. They're just using narratives over and over and over because that's what they do. And they're bad at it, apparently. Here again was James Elder from UNICEF proving to you at the time that COGAT lied about what they did. He brought medicine for 10,000 people. They lied about what they did. And this was proven online. They refused him back, even though he had all the right material, all the right passes. What am I looking for? What's the word? Procedural information. They went through all the right checkpoints and they still turned him back. And here he is just, basically getting called. They personally called him out and said, you lied about this and that. And he showed you that they were lying. I said it's important to understand that COGAT is just another arm of the Israeli propaganda effort. They've been caught lying about aid during a manufactured famine and living conditions in Gaza countless times since October 7th and before. Below is another example. This just to show you this again. This was Tanya Hari from the Legal Center for Freedom of Movement, who is simply showing you, based on their own posts, that COGAT is dumping goods in the Karim Shalom, not even remotely what they claim, so 60 trucks or so on, which then can't be reached without Israel's coordination. Then they turn around and mock the groups they otherwise call Hamas that can't reach the goods because of the lack of coordination. It's a joke. They're torturing during a humanitarian catastrophe. That's what this group is. Now, this was just something I want to include in general. Now, I have more posts I'm going to get to, actually, but the point is, as they break down all these crossings and act like it's not an open-air prison, here's a great little graphic, the Gaza Strip blockade, that shows you what's actually going on. Red is double fences around no man's land. These are concrete walls, steel by Egypt, buffer zone, danger zone. This is what every area is. Cameras on one side, watchtowers, barbed wire fences, concrete walls, watchtowers on the other side that completely encircles the entire area. Then you've got this, which is current naval blockade, go all the way along the water. In other words, they're in an open-air prison. Weird. It's almost like you've heard that before. Not an illusion, not a narrative, but an actual walled-in, fenced-in, controlled, sieged prison. It's just so good. Another blood libel, apparently, even though you can literally prove what they're doing. Here is what IPC, which is the group specifically that we've talked about in the past, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, who is one of the main entities that basically lay out the grading of 1 through 5 of whether they're in a famine, and they spoke up in December of 2021. Here's what they said. For the current period, this one is, okay, good. So I was making sure I wasn't jumping ahead. So this is from the December post. For the current period, they concluded that the estimations of the population in catastrophe, so phase 5, by the IPC analysis team, so 25% of the Northern Government were in this category, 15% for the Southern Government, 10% in the Southern Government, are plausible. Exactly the opposite of what they're now claiming they said. For the projection period, they concluded that the estimations of the population in catastrophe by the IPC analysis team, again, 30% Northern Government, 25% in South, are plausible. However, they consider these estimates to be conservative, and that the prevalence of phase 5 level catastrophe famine is likely to be higher in both analyses. The point of which you're getting 30, almost plus 4, 25 to 50% is what they're seeming to suggest. That's hardly not happening. And even if you argue it's below famine, it's verifiably still starvation. And it says it's most likely that at least 25% of the population in the Southern governments will be experiencing catastrophic level 5 food insecurity. That was in December they said this. It says at the end, at least 1 in 4 households, now this is not hypothetical, more than 500,000 people in Gaza are facing catastrophic acute food insecurity conditions. That's a provable reality. The question of whether it reached famine is still debatable for lack of data. At the time in December, they said this is happening. So the idea that Elon Levy goes as far as to call it a hoax is just deliberate misinformation. It says characterized by extreme food gaps and collapse of their livelihood. About 80%, 80, of the population in Gaza Strip are in emergency, phase 4 or phase 5, not maybe in the future, but in December, they ruled that 80% were already in phase 4 and phase 5. The entire population can be considered phase 3 and above, crisis or worse. That's all starvation during the projected period starting at the week of December. Furthermore, the situation is deteriorating rapidly. So the only thing that changed is that they were forced to admit that because of the lacking of data, because of Israel, they weren't able to definitively prove whether it was level 5. That's the only thing that happened, and they've turned this into, like the Jerusalem Post, never even happened. That should make you so angry. Here's what the United Nations put out June 4th. This is what they're all pointing to. Let me read you the main points. It says they would like to use this opportunity to stress two extremely important points. Firstly, all stakeholders who use the IPC for high-level decision-making must understand that whether a famine classification is confirmed does not in any manner change the fact that extreme human suffering is without a doubt occurring in the Gaza Strip and does not in any manner change the immediate humanitarian imperative to address the civilian suffering by enabling complete, unhindered, and sustained humanitarian access into and throughout the Gaza Strip, including ceasing hostilities. All actors should not wait until a famine classification. Same point. Expressly stating that just because we're not saying famine doesn't mean it's not there. And yet they know that. They read, either they didn't read the first paragraph, I just lied about it, or they did and they lied even more. Secondly, FRC would like to highlight that the very fact that we are unable to endorse or not, so it's the point they don't know. That's what it says in quotes, or not. The analysis is driven by a lack of essential up-to-date data on human well-being in northern Gaza. That's it. It's because we just don't have the information. So we already told you in December, it's clear. They're starving to death. Whether it's level 5, we're not able to say because they withheld the information. Thus, the FRC strongly requests all parties enable humanitarian access in general and specify and provide a window to opportunity to conduct field surveys and so on. That's the reality, guys. You can read through it for yourself. It's very clear. It's the same information from here, but the conclusion is that and that's why it was important for them to stress these to start, because I think they knew this would be misrepresented and they did it anyway. Elon Levy and the rest of these liars actively telling you it's a hoax. No one's starving. It pains me. So I hope we can make this a clip at the end, especially since it took 4 hours to get to it. I was going to go over more about the torture. I'll just point to this since I made this point the other day. Israel arrested a senior doctor in Gaza. 6 days later, he died in a Shin Bet interrogation facility. Haaretz. That's what's happened to these people, and we're going to pretend like it's not obvious. Lies and people being arrested for being journalists, rape allegations being proven to be false. And I was going to do a point on Lebanon, which we'll get next show. In any case, guys, I really hope we can see through this. And it's important to get this in front of the well-meaning people out there that may just not know they're being lied to. Because trust me, there's a lot of them out there that are so blinded by the narratives. They don't watch this very much. They just tap in every now and again. It's provable. Just show them the highlighting of them saying fake Gaza, no one's starving, it's complete fabrication, and then let them read the report for themselves. It's wild. And as we're talking about this, children are starving to death. It's important, and you know that. People like Elon Levy know it's important, and that's why they're desperately trying to hide the fact, because I think they're more by day seeing the Hague in their future. I hope so. Thank you for being here, guys, and continuing to stand up for what's right and standing up for people that need your support. There's so many people suffering all around the world because of the very people we're highlighting, and we can change that. I know in my heart that we can change this, not without some hardships. I'm experiencing them as we speak, guys, going through all sorts of attacks left and right, but it's necessary. It's important to push past it and to fight for what we know is right. I will be able to live with myself is the point. I'll be able to tell my children, if I have them in the future, I did what I thought was right. I didn't stand by and do nothing. I stood up. I spoke. I risked everything to fight for what I knew was right because I believed in it. That's what I want to be able to tell people in the future. I know you're the same. So thank you for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
So sick and tired of all of you out there talking about Israel's doing a genocide. All of you are just falling for Hamas's trap, okay? This was all Hamas's secret evil plan this whole time, was to do October 7th, and that would get us so mad that we would go do a genocide, okay? This was all part of the plan. Step 1, do October 7th. Step 2, die from genocide. Step 3, everybody mad. And I've seen this kind of thing before. All right? This isn't new to me. My dad is a cop, and many times he has been forced to use violence on people who were clearly just asking for it, especially like my mom. This is what Hamas is making us do. We don't want to do this. They made us kill their women. They made us kill their children. They made us starve them. They made us go into the rubble of what was once a Palestinian girl's bedroom and make a TikTok of us wearing her lingerie. This is all part of their plan to make us look like we're weird, but we're not weird because we know it's them who is making us do it. That means that Hamas is the one who is currently doing a genocide on Palestinians. We have to stop them. And the only way to stop Hamas from doing a genocide of the Palestinians is for us to do a genocide of Hamas, who are most of the Palestinians. And I know some of you are thinking, well, doesn't that mean that you want to stop doing a genocide against the Palestinians? No, it needs to happen for safety of all of the Jews. What I want to happen is for people to stop saying that we're doing it. And if you insist on talking about it, just remember that it's Hamas's fault. I've told my mom this a bunch of times and she never listens to me. And guess what? She's still getting hit in the face every day. So who's really the bad guy? My dad? I don't think so.